Greetings and happy Friday, happy weekend. Um, we are hanging out and we are live streaming. And as I mentioned earlier in the week, what we'd be doing tonight, no video games, no, nothing so frivolous as that. we are going to, we're testing. So we tested earlier in the week, we tested gunfights in Traveler. So using, hey, what's up, Dustin? How are you, sir? Good to see you. We tested gunfights in Mongoose Traveler. Now, it's slightly modified Mongoose Traveler. Yeah, I wish there was a, I mean, aside from the fact that it's Wednesdays and Fridays are I'm off and on. I wish there was a way to, to ping all of you, like for real. But yeah, so we tested gunfights earlier in the week, and I thought that went pretty well, and that actually then sort of impacted what I did in terms of the characters and their gear and the bad guys and the number of bad guys and so on in that first fight, which arguably was, it was just wasn't this critical thing. It was more just a I don't even want to say it was the opening scene of the campaign, right? So we tested, and so I ship combat. So we're moving to space now. The characters aren't moving to space yet. We still have to get our ship off the ground, so we're not quite there yet. This is a little bit premature. But space combat is near and dear to my heart. Like, it has always been the thing about Traveler and Alternity and Star Hero. One of my favorite things, the Expanse. One of my favorite things about all of that media is the space combat. So it's very near and dear to my heart, and so I don't absolutely hate what Mongoose has done with it, but what they have done is they've abstracted a lot of things, and I don't know why I feel the need to justify all the stupid changes I've made, but I want to go back to the 1978, right? The vector movement, when we used to get out little tiny war game chits and put them on my buddy's pool table, and we'd be out there with protractors and string, right, and measuring tape, and measuring out all the different distances and angles and firing arcs and so on of these ships. That's sort of what I want to get back to. Now, it might not be worth it, as to be quite honest with you, because I don't know how much space combat is actually going to play, as opposed to, say, just a long-range detection and running in this particular campaign. I do agree. My buddy Scott, who's not here yet, I'm sure he's going to come on and gripe at me at some point, but would say that space combat is typically a lose-lose sort of scenario because of, A, the high chance of death, but B, just the monetary cost of, say, repairing a ship that costs $50 million, 50 million credits, and taking, half its hit points away and then having to pay that. Now, you don't have to pay $25 million to fix half a ship, but you know what I mean? If the jump drive is seriously damaged and that costs $9 million, and it costs you, say, 400,000 or something to repair, I mean, that's going to wipe out any profits that you might have had that month and put you in jeopardy. And I get that, and I do think that's absolutely true. But Rob, friend of the channel here, has indicated he wants a beam on this darn thing, and I agree with him. So we're putting weapons on the Badger, at least one. We're going to put one on the Badger, and we're going to see how it does. So that was a very long way to say I've tweaked space combat quite a bit. From Mongoose. And we're going to be going, and like I said, using a vectored thrust and combat system. We have changed the critical hits. We have a lot of stuff. We have added a few things that can be done. And frankly, we're going to be making it up as we go a little bit. This thing's only about half written. I have this outline here, and I have some other notes, but it's certainly not set in stone. And so we are going to be, as we play, we're going to be making some decisions, design decisions as to how this thing actually feels and runs and so on. And that might be a lot of gobbledygook to you, and it should be, because it's literally just sort of super, super raw. I do hate when I accidentally add a page to a document because I've added extra space. That is my fault. Okay. So, I mean, I think that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to start with a one-on-one. Now, the thing about this is, with the extra complexity, I'm fairly certain that it's not suited for like 10 on 10. Let's get this beam installed. It's not suited for like big battles, like 10 on 10, or, it's just not happening. But 1-on-1, 2-on-1, 3-on-2, I think we could probably manage it. I practiced the tiniest bit today just to sort of get a feel for how to do the movement. And it pains me that we are not going to be 100% physically accurate on movement, but we're not going to, because it's going to make our lives a lot easier if we are slightly fudging it. So, I'm sorry, Isaac Newton. I'm sorry. I apologize, sir. So why don't we get this started? And so we're going to start with two ships. We're going to start with the Badger. Badger's a 150-ton scout right here. You see it on the right. 150-ton scout. I hope you can at least read that. I know we got some. I apologize for absolutely nothing. 150-ton scout. It has armor 2. 45 hit points. Thrust 4 is its big superpower. It is faster than a lot of ships in its sort of civilian trading range. Agility 3 is pretty standard. It has 80 power. We won't worry about power until we have a problem. And then we will worry about power. It has 1 beam. I forget what, it's a Kerr beamer. It has great, right? So within 5 hexes, it gets a bonus. I believe it's a +1. Out to 10 hexes, good. 20, 30, 60, bad. But, and let me make sure of that. No. Oh, there we go. There it is. Yeah, the standard beam, which we called a Kerr, the manufacturer Kerr. Oh, it has accuracy 1. Really? Oh, Skippy. Okay. I'm a little pissed because I lost some data here. I do notice that. Let me look real super quick. No, yeah, lost it. Yeah, that's bad. So one of these got corrupted, these files. That was this one. But that's okay. So we can see these. So it's 0, -1, -2, -4, -6. Got it. 1, 2, 4, 6. So yeah, it can hit out to 20 with some reasonable and it gets an accuracy bonus. It gets an accuracy bonus on these first 2 range modifier, which you see here. Accuracy SM means it's good in short and medium range, but not long, very long, or extreme. And once you get to very long or extreme, you have fall off, it actually loses damage. Will you be trying RuneScape Dragon Wilds or Dune Awakening? I don't know, Dustin. I don't know. Maybe RuneScape, once they sort of give it a little bit more stuff to do. I wanted more combat other than just melee. So once they get like a bunch of combat skills in there, I think I might try it. Dune Awakening, I have to admit, I enjoyed Conan Exiles, and so I don't necessarily hate, so I like what Funcom tends to toss out. But I think I'd have to be able to. I saw people beat it in 2 or 3 minutes. That's hilarious, by the way. I think I would have to be able to, if I wanted to play by myself. Like I don't necessarily want to, I don't necessarily want to be playing that and doing the, PvP stuff all day. I don't want to play Rust on Arrakis kind of thing. So we did put our guys. You'll see Thomas is on sensors. Lars is our gunner. Zach is tactics, and he didn't have anything before. I actually gave him naval tactics to go with his military tactics, and I'm sort of pretending that he was. With the justification being that he is just like a little bit of a savant. So even though he was in the Marines, they decided to put him through essentially like simulator class. So he doesn't have a lot of space combat experience, but he has run the simulation war game 100 times and is decent at it. And then Parker's the pilot because I gave him a pilot because of his dex. Spicy quesadilla, very nice. The Interceptor, we're going to use a 100-ton Scout. It is armored. Much more so than 2 more points than our Badger. Rust 2, though, it's a standard sort of, I'd call it a civilian drive almost, right? 2 Gs, agility 3, power 50 because it has way less power needs than the Badger. It's going to use a pulse, so I need to update that. Obviously, copy paste there. It's a pulse laser, and pulse lasers are going to have a shorter accurate range, a longer overall range, a little bit more damage, but no accuracy bonus. So if the Badger can get close, it's going to have a 2-hit advantage against the Interceptor. And we gave them a Captain 1, Pilot 2, Sensors 1, Gunner 1. So they are slightly less well crewed than our ship, because our guys are cool. Is the idea. I hope that doesn't hurt your eyes on YouTube. I have no idea how that. I know that it looks a little bit wonky because I have such small hexes on here. I like actually all 3 of those. I would say the guac is my favorite, sour cream second, salsa third, to be honest. Depends on the salsa though. Like I like a green salsa. I like a green salsa a little bit more than a red typically, and spicy more than not spicy. Done. So I'm going to put the Badger out here, and we're going to put him I'm going to say it doesn't matter sort of how he's aimed at the moment. And we're going to put the Interceptor some distance away. And he's going to be coming in fairly hot. So what is that distance? That distance is... So they are 45 hexes away. We posit that is about 11 million miles, or a million meters, I should say, away from each other. And we are going to give our guy here a vector already, and his vector will be... Oh, I don't want to draw a freehand. That stinks a bit. Let's draw a line. Oh, and gosh darn it. Roll 20 is... There we go. Okay, it sometimes takes time to catch up somehow. Like now. Like again, it's giving me crap. Like, I just want you to draw a line, man. Just draw a line, buddy. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to give it a vector of 8 east. And that is how we are going to start. The only other thing that I have is I don't have a lot of good tokens, right? The board's big, the board's clunky, the board's wildly empty. And I am going to need a little bit. We're going to put the words over here with our boys a little bit. And we'll just have to make do. I did buy some crap for... Give me 1 second. Let me look for the tokens here and see what we have. Yeah, that's cool. I'll yeah, good enough. We'll take some. I don't even need the numbers to be right as much as I just need chips that I can look at. I mean, the problem with the salvage wreck ship is the scale is big enough that the salvage wreck would also just be here in a hex. And possibly doesn't, like, I don't know that it actually adds terrain. The only terrain which would really matter is a planet. Like an honest to God planet. Earth at this scale, I believe, is only 4 hexes across. We can put a wreck there anyway, just for giggles. And we will... Yeah, this ain't close crap here. This isn't... The only problem with the wreck's very simple. If I ever want to normalize the vectors to adjust their, like, because you can, you know, make the you can subtract one vector from the other to make a relative vector. I can't do that with a stationary object on the board. Like that doesn't work anymore because the stationary object then flies off the map, which is fine. Okay, so we're going to start exactly like this. So the Badger, we'll say, detects the interceptor coming in. And no, we're not playing Star Trek. There's no space. I mean, just go away. Stop it. We're not going to worry about, as of yet, we're not going to worry about anything like explosive decompression, simply because I don't have rules for it yet. So we're not going to worry about anything like that. We are going to... say that the Badger was scanning this wreck. They saw this guy coming in some distance away on a fairly heavy burn, and so they are at least ready and at station, right? And prepared to go. And the wreck and the Badger are moving together, quote unquote. And then this guy comes in with a vector 8 west, I should say, like that. So first thing we're doing is everybody's rolling tactics. So we're going to roll our tactics. Our tactics is 2 total. We're going to roll tactics, naval, edu, and that is 2. And we need an 8 or above to score, and we get 11. So we're going to get 3 of them points. So I'm going to give us 3, and we're just going to put them here. 1, 2, and 3. So those are our tactics points. They can be spent throughout the turn. On various things, giving pluses to other folks. The captain gives pluses to other people. There's a couple maneuvers that they can do with tactics, and so on. The interceptor is going to roll. Their tactics, I believe, is what? 1. So he rolls and adds. Oh, and wait, he's got tactics too. So he actually rolled 13. So he gets 2 more of those. He's got 5 points to spend this turn, and you roll every turn. The bad guy gets 10. He gets 2 points to spend. So we're going to give him 2 points. Oops, and I just moved the whole damn thing. And you'll have to, really, you're going to have to bear with me because, again, some of this is just being made up as we go. And we're sort of winging it a little bit. Okay. Tactics rolls are made. We don't have to worry about power allocation. Both of these ships are powered just fine at the moment. If one of them gets hit and takes damage in terms of, power or their radiators or anything like that gets hit, we'll worry about that when it comes up. In the meantime, it is time to drift. Oops. Interceptor's going to drift, so he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 into that hex. And we do know that he is going to continue 8 more. If he does nothing else, he continues 8 more just like that. And that's where we start. So now we roll initiative. Both ships are going to roll initiative. We'll roll 2d6. We're going to be on the left. The interceptor's on the right. We win by 1. So 2-1. I don't think anyone wants to spend points. So now we could spend points. You could spend your tactics points. Space amoeba incoming. You could spend your tactics points to raise your initiative. Right now, after the roll, you could say the interceptor captain can spend 2 and win the initiative if he wants to, or the Badger could spend. And the reason you want to win the initiative is because you can force your opponent to go before you, if you want to. We win the initiative, and indeed we are going to make the interceptor's captain go first. So he's going to go in the pilot phase. So they only have thrust 2. So I think, and we have 3 agility. So agility is going to allow us. So here's sort of how we roll with this. We're going to use 1 agility, 1 thrust, and 1 more agility. So we're going to use 2 agility and 1 thrust. to do that effectively. And what that's going to do is it's going to add that to our overall vector. That's going to be where we end up. And that's our powered movement right there. And we're going to save the rest of the thrust and the rest of our agility. So we used what? So we have 1 and 1 left. So the Badger's going to go now. We know he's going up. I think we want to get a little bit of velocity. So the Badger is going to turn. That's 1 agility. And we're going to thrust 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to end up there. And that's going to give us 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is our vector for next turn. Now we're going to try sensors. So both ships right now are in the no lock. So we're detected with no lock. And what we're going to say is that this wreck has enough of whatever a radiation signature or whatnot that it's going to effectively block line of sight. If you go behind here, it casts enough of a shadow that you're going to have to recheck your sensor locks effectively. So both sides so they both have guys on the sensors, and we're going to make rolls for both sides. To upgrade our lock is going to be an 8 roll. So we have sensors, edu. We're going to roll and add 2. We do. So we do get a weak lock on the interceptor, and we will mark that with a marker there. And I don't want to mark it with a marker because I don't. I'm going to go here. Because I don't want to have to move that thing around everywhere. So they're going to roll. Their sensor operator is a 1, so he needs to roll. He adds 1. He does not get a lock against us. Both sides have ECM. Both sides have ECM, so you can also dink with the opponent's lock, trying to break it or degrade it, which maybe he should have done, but he did not do. Degrading is harder than getting a lock, so I just shot for that, and we did not do that. So, there you go. That's it. We have a weak lock on them. That means we're going to be able to shoot at a -1. And we got the fire phase coming up here. So we are going to give, and we should have just been giving out... we should have been giving some bonuses there, but we did not. Our range is 33. That's going to put us in the, unfortunately, the -6 to hit territory. So that sort of blows. So, woo! Okay. I mean, we'll shoot at the -6. That's fine. They can't shoot at us. They can shoot at a -2. Oh, -7. Oh, God. It's never going to hit. And our gunner is only a +1. So we're at a -6. So we would literally need a 14. So what I'm going to say, so we'll do this. So we will. So our pilot is going to make a maneuver. And he is going to provide a stable firing platform. So our pilot is going to roll at a +2. He needs an 8 or above. He does. He spends an agility. So we have 2 of those. We have 2 agility left. We spend 1. Because we turned one, right? Yeah. So we have 1 agility left. That's fine. And we'll provide a +1 to hit. Our captain will provide a +1 to hit. So let me do this. Let me put agility is going to be the one you typically spend. Thrust you almost certainly know how much thrust you have or haven't spent, I believe. Let me do this. Let me disable grid snapping here. Can I actually grab these? Yeah. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3 agility. Let's send this to the back. Okay. So we have used 2 of 3 agility. Oh, and you know what I can do? Oh, okay. Can I? Can I? I can. You know what we'll do? Okay, we'll just do this. So we have 45 hit points. Okay, I'm digging that. That's probably a good idea. So 45 of 45. Sorry, agility will be blue. So we have 3 of 3, which really we have 1 of 3 left. And then tactics will be green. We had 5 of 5. Well, we have 5 of 5, I suppose. Sure. I love how small those bars are. That's sort of silly. Hey, what's up, Michael? How are you? So not great, but it does, I will say this, it does at least put numbers there. So I'm sort of okay with that. And I will make, let's make green the agility because it's a little, it's in the middle. I like that more. Done. So we have 1 agility left. These guys have, and we'll make, well, it'll just be blue will be thrust at this point. So we have 1 of 4. Or we have 0 of 4 remaining. Sorry. So how's it going, man? How, anything for the weekend? So we have 40 of 40 hit points. We have 1 of 3. And 1 of what? 2, I believe, right? I don't know if that's going to be easier or crappier than just moving tokens around. Good question. What that's going to do is going to give Lars. So again, our attack at this range is terrible. It's -6, -7 because of the weak lock. We're going to be able to give him a +2 because of the pilot action and the captain action. Lars is a +1 himself. That gets us down to -4. So we truly do. So we need a 12 to hit at this range. We do need a 12 still. So let's roll it. Never know. We get a 10. That's great. But it is not. Yeah, but not quite. They cannot shoot back because they do not have. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy, paste. Sorry, dithering. And I think that ends our first turn. And then characters can take actions if they needed to take actions. Missiles would move. We would take damage if we had any damage. And then we would go into actions and damage control, which we don't have any at the moment to worry about. Yeah, I'm gonna... I'm just gonna kill these. Like that, I don't think that helps me at the moment. The little numbers do not help me. Not this time. All right, so done and done. Our agility returns. So we're going to put our agility right here. Their agility will be right there. Agility returns, and we need to make, captains need to roll some tactics. Our captain is going to roll tactics. He's going to add 2. He's going to get 2 points of tactics, which we're going to put up top here. So we have 2 chits to spend, and then obviously 3 agility to spend there. The other captain rolls 9 and 10, so he gets 2 points to spend. I have to figure out what's the maximum you can spend on a given roll. I was going to say, let's say 2. You can spend 2. The captain can spend 2 to help one individual do a thing. So captains have 2 tactics points each this turn. Power is fine. We are both drifting. So both ships drift. So the Badger drifts to there with a vector of 4. The Interceptor drifts to here. With a vector of 8 and 1, really, is what that is. We're gonna group these for now, and we could just make that one vector. So, all right. So they both drift. We're gonna roll initiative. Do I have a D6? I don't have a D6 anywhere. That stinks. We roll a 4. The Interceptor rolls a 5. The Interceptor wins. We're going to save our tactics points. We just started. I just started. I don't know if this is even visibly parsable for you guys. We are circling around a wreck right now, but the Interceptor wins. So the Interceptor is going to force us to go first. So we've already drifted. What's the Badger gonna do? I think since the Badger is... I think since the Badger is... So if we 1, 2, 3, 4, if we went to here, would we be, yeah, so we can't charge up, because if we do, we'll actually go into the wreck. Not into the wreck, but we will cross the wreck, which will then cast a sensor shadow. So we're not going to do that. Let's go. Right, if we go up and over, does this... Yeah, no, that doesn't. Okay, that's where we want to end up. We want to end up here. So let's do that. So we're going to use... I'm sorry, again, this is going to be slow, so please bear with me, guys. Ask questions if you have them. Comments if you have them. 1 agility to go to turn. 2 thrust. 2 agility to turn again. 2 more thrust. And that is where we end up. That is our new vector. And so that's where we're going to end up next turn. So the Interceptor sees that, and remember, he doesn't have a lock on us, and we have we have a lock on him. Oh, and he can't quite escape. What if he goes up? Yes, that's what he wants to do. So what he is going to do is he is going to use 1 agility, and we used what? We used 2 agility, right? We used 1, yeah. So I need to take these agility away. So we're going to use 1 agility and thrust 2. That's going to add that to our vector. And at some point we just need to make a new one. Oh, come on, we can grab all this. Like that, that's where we're going to end up. And we will turn back like that. So that uses 2 of our agility also. We have 1 left. Now, so we've done the pilot phase. That puts us in that shadow of that wreck. I don't love it. We have anything else we can do? I'm gonna. I suppose we do. We could spend 2 of our tactical points and make a naval tactics at a 10 to try to move 1, just displace ourselves by 1, and that gets us like that. So we won't have to re-roll our sensors. Or we could just, we could just give our guy a plus to his sensors. So that's true as well. I'm just going to do that and assume that the sensor operator is going to be able to manage. So the first thing we do is maintain this lock because we're now in a shadow, or the interceptor's in the wreck's shadow. So that is going to be that's a high DL, but that's fine. So our captain is gonna spend his 2 points. So he's gonna give up his 2 points. He's gonna give the sensor operator a +2, plus his 2, so that's a +4. He needs a 12 or above, but he does add 4 to this to maintain the lock. And he fails. So that they actually break the lock by going behind the wreck. So there you go, Scott. The wreck. Scott suggested the wreck. The wreck did something. So there you go. So we have no lock. All right. I think that's the turn. I think we're back to it here. And they can't get a lock through, again, the shadow, right? That's the idea. We're going to clean up vectors just because. That's our new one. Delete that one. Yeah, I mean, I am welcome. That worked out really well, actually. So let's clean up these vectors for our guys. Done and done. There we go. And we are back. We're back to the beginning. So not even a shot fired yet. Both of these ships are sort of silently gliding past each other. The Badger had a lock on the Interceptor for a moment. The Interceptor ducks behind this wreck and leaves us figuring out what to do here. So I'm going to put my 3 agility points down here. My captain's points will go up top. So his 3 agility points go on the bottom. Technically, you also have thrust points, but those are sort of easier spent, if that makes any sense. You're typically just spending them to move, but you can save them for a couple bits here. So the question is, are we still going to be... Yeah, that damn shadow is killing us. All right. So first thing, captains roll tactics. So we're going to roll tactics. 6, 7, 8. We get 0 tactics points. The other guy gets 0 tactics points. So they just rolled 8. So you have to roll above to get your points there. So no one gets any points. We have 3 agility. Our power is still good. We now drift. So we drift to here. The Interceptor just silently glides up there. The Badger glides there. And they still can't see each other. Which I sort of enjoy that. We're now going to roll. I'm going to put a dumb. This is a dumb macro, but I'm actually going to put a roll d6 initiative in it. Roll 1d6. Dumb as that is. This is for us, for our guy, the Badger. Badger rolls a 1. They roll a 5. So he is going to, again, I think he forces the Badger to go first. The captain of the Interceptor forces the Badger to make the first move. So I think the Interceptor's not in a bad position here, though. I don't think the Interceptor or the Badger's in a bad position. I think what he does is we make a slight turn, burning 1 agility, and then we jet 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, I apologize for any physics student here because we do cheat on the velocities and the thrust to make it easier to deal with. We'll talk about that later. It is my shame as a physics student. I'm going to spend 1 agility and thrust 1, 2, 3, 4, and then spend a 2nd agility to turn. So I've spent 2 agility. And so we take 2 of these chips and ditch them over here. And I have spent all of my thrust. So I'm going to move this little menagerie up a tiny bit. And we're going to move them up here because, well, we might as well. So we're going to add to this. We're going to add 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. That's where the Badger is going to end up next turn. The Interceptor has to respond to that because now the Badger has the Interceptor in her front arc. And the Interceptor right now is in rear. And if that's the case, if you go, if you continue with that, I think we impose a disadvantage. Let me take a look at my other combat notes here. Yeah, we impose an advantage. If a ship has you in the front arc, you take a -1. If you have a ship in your front arc, and are not in anyone else's front arc, blah, 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 right? So we have a lot of that there. And so and the other thing is he can't get behind the wreck. Like he just can't. We are going to turn. Maybe turn 2? No. Well, maybe. Let's turn just like that. We're going to turn. Oops, we're going to turn just like that. And do we apply our 2 thrust like this? So we spend 2 agility to turn like that. And we apply an additional vector of 2 like that. So these ships turn close. The Badger comes around the wreck, right? They spot the interceptor. They get their detection on the interceptor, and he is turning around and full thrusting to come back at them. Both sensor operators are going to go. The interceptor will force the Badger to go first. Our sensor operator is going to roll. We have no tactics points to give him, but we do have a +2. So all we need is a 6 or above. We get a 9. So we have now engaged. We have a weak lock. And so the question is, there's going to be a lot of moving parts around, I think. Sorry. The question is, does the interceptor, knowing that he has a weak lock, does the interceptor try to break that lock? Now, degrading that lock is a difficulty 10. Giving the lock's a difficulty 8. Breaking the lock means they can't fire. Not having a lock means we can't fire. The interceptor can't fire. The interceptor is going to try to get a lock. His sensor guy is a +1. He needs a 7 or above. He gets a 12, so he does get a lock. So now he has a lock on us as well. Let's do this. Let's do we have a weak lock on the Badger. Same thing here. We're going to do sensors. And we have a weak lock on the interceptor. Both of them can fire. They both take a -1 because of the weak lock. So I think they're let's see. Do we have any? We have 1 agility remaining over here, 1 over there. I think both pilots are going to try to give their guy the best shot. So that's what both are going to do. So the Badger is going, his pilot is going to roll. +2 is 8. That is good. So we're going to get a +1 on our attack. We have to spend our last agility to do that. That's not a big deal at this point in the turn. Same thing with the interceptors pilot. They're going to try to get, and they do. So both sides are going to be able to fire pretty much at the best possible, the best possible accuracy they can given this situation. So both pilots use that last bit of lateral thrust to match of movements with their opponent. And both of them are going to try to get a good solid shot in. We're going to roll the interceptor's shot first against us. Our range is Only 6 hexes. So that puts us in the -1 category. Our gunner is +1. There's a lot of DMs, unfortunately. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, I should say. So we have a -1 because of range, a -1 because of the lock, the weak lock. So that's -2 total. We gave him a +1, so that +1 comes back. Our gunner is so we have a 0. It's a 0 on 0, right? So the interceptor is firing at a 0, and the interceptor is going to score a hit. There you go. There's a hit. With 3d6 damage. 11 points of damage. So he's going to be down to 34. We'll put a little marker there, 34. And because that is more than 10%, he's going to do 11. So, -2. So it's only 9 points of damage. So that is true. So we're going to mark that back up to 36. So he takes 9 points. That is 20%. That's enough for two crits, I believe. Or maybe I had to decide whether you can take more than 1 crit in one single attack. Let's say 1 crit per attack to ease that up a bit, to make it less rolly. How's that? I have my ship crits somewhere. Let me grab those. Do I have them somewhere? I do. Here we go. So here's our crits. Here's our hit locations. So let's roll it. So we're going to roll a d12. Oh, I have a d12 ready. So let's roll. Bam, we get a 7. That's going to hit the power plant. So we have a crit on the power plant, a 9-point crit on the power plant. Let's roll another d12. A 9. Fire. Fire breaks out in engineering. Roll another crit. All right, let's do that. We roll a 4. Brownout. Power is going to be reduced by 1d4 plus 1 times 10% for the next round only. Okay, 1d4. We're going to lose 30% of our power. So we have a fire in engineering and a brownout 30%. That's the damage we're going to take when as we take damage. You only take damage, everybody fires, and then you take all the damage. Okay. I think we're in the same position because we gave our guy a +1. We're also right, so we are in pretty much the same position. It's going to be an 8 or up to hit them at this range with these penalties, etc. We get a 6 and we miss. Now we are accurate at medium range, so that gives us a +1, but that's a 7. We still missed. So our beam flies wide. We sweep it around, right? Trying to find that sweet spot. And indeed, nothing happens. We might actually hit with a beam laser, but it doesn't stay on target long enough to heat anything up enough to do that. So we take a quick hit here. So there you go. So that's the round. There is a fire, so now there's a little bit of a mess. So who is anyone down there? No one's down in engineering because we don't have anyone on that station. That sucks. That sucks. So who would do that? I would argue that fire control could be anybody. It is not required. Like, you don't have to have any special skills to put out fires. If it was a damage control sort of thing, then we would be, obviously we'd want our engineer down there, our power plant engineer. I hate to say we probably can spare Zach for a moment. So we're going to actually have Zach in the actions phase, the damage control and so the last phase of the turn is damage control and then general actions. You can just do whatever role-playing things you can do. We are going to run Zach. So he is actually in engineering. For fire duty. So he makes that move. He's going to charge down to engineering for fire duty. And we're going to, I suppose we could allow him to try to put the fire out, but since he's moved, so he's done a couple things already. He's made a tactics roll. So that's one thing. And he's moved. So that's two things. So anything he does this turn up until the end of the turn is -2 because he's done two things. So he has two attention chits is what I would give you, right? So we would draw. I'd have a bunch of red poker chips on my table. And as you do anything, you get one. And then everything else you do so that one guy's not doing everything. So I'm just going to say it's a straight up 8 or less, or 8. We don't have any special fire suppression. That's a system, a component I need to make, I think. So we have standard fire suppression, and for Zach to use it, he needs an 8 or above, but since he has a -2 this round, because he's already acted twice, he needs a 10 or above. Let's see if he can put that fire out. He cannot put the fire out. He doesn't have tactics to give himself either. So he does not put the fire out yet, and so we're going to suffer a fire in engineering next round. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's continue this. So I did not expect that. Zach is not in the captain's chair, so he is down fighting a fire, so he cannot make a tactics roll. Our interceptor fails, so he has no points to give. We have 3 agility. They have 3 agility. Right. Both sides are going to continue on doing their work here. That's the captain's role. Allocate power. We have to check our power. We're down 30% this round. So that means 24 points. So our power right now, this turn, is actually -24. That brings us to 56. So our power right now is 56. So that's a great question. How bad is that? Like, what does that mean for us? So we're not running the FTL drive. We need 15 power to run just everything, generally. We need 42 plus 8 is 50 plus 6 plus 4. That's sort of 60 for basic combat operations. Hull is 50, yeah, so it's what, 42 plus 8 is 50 plus sensors, that's 60. So we've actually dropped below a little bit of a threshold. We actually can't run all that over the brownout. That is freaking incredible. That is freaking fascinating. I sort of love that in a weird way. I mean, we need a better crew. I mean, these guys are like these are a bunch of bros flying a spaceship, and I think it shows when this kind of shit happens. So what do we not run? What do we not run? We need sensors because we want to maintain this lock. Do we not run the STL drive? And just not fire the STL drive at all? We'd lose all of our agility. And so we would just be under drift. We could take effectively a panic fire. Cowboy Bros, sort of, right? They're not. I think we're just not gonna run the STL this round. We'll let that suffer the brownout effectively. But what I'm gonna do is, so in drift movement, and I'm sorry, this can't be easy to follow for y'all. We might never be able to do this on camera. We might never be able to do this on camera. We can sensor ops or fire to -2 right now. So we can essentially panic, right? We can rush our actions right now. So I'm going to have Thomas do a -2. He's going to rush to upgrade the lock. So he has a +2, -2. He needs an 8 or above. He frickin' blows it. But we have 0 agility too, since we are effectively shutting down the STL drive at the moment. So I think we're going to fire. And Lars is a +1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Range is a -1. -1 because of the lock. So we're -4 +1. We're -3. It's an 11 to hit. We're still going to fire. But we also are accurate at this range because of the beam. So 10 or above to hit. Come on. Yes. We are going to score a hit. We do score a hit. So Lars sort of, as we start drifting away from the interceptor, we fire right now at our closest point. We quick cycle that gun and fire. And that's going to hit. This beam does 3D -3, which sort of sucks. And they're well armored. So we really need this to do some damage here. It does 6. That's going to do 2 points to them. Done. So it just scrapes the hull, right? And now we drift. And the reason I fired then is because these are front arc guns, right? So literally the front arc of the Badger is that. And that. It's a 120-degree arc. So it is down that hex row and that hex row. So we would drift out. We were in arc there, and we drifted out of arc there. And since we're not running the STL, we would not be able to correct that. So if we're going to take a shot, we had to take a shot right then. So that's why all the panicked shooting. The interceptor goes there. And we are out of the Interceptor's arc as well, but the Interceptor doesn't need to worry about that. He can move. Like he can now, not great, he can't move. But anyway, it's initiative time. We're not moving, so that guy's gonna win, so to speak, and he's gonna go. And so I think his move is going to be 1 agility to get us there, and 2 thrust to there. And we're going to draw a new vector for him because it's going to end up there. That is our new vector. These 2 go away. And this one becomes our new vector. We are still flying away at a fair clip. And we used, what, 1 agility. That's all we used. Do we want to do anything else? That depends. What's this range look like? 21. That's not going to help us. Their pilot will make his check and spend an agility to give them a better firing situation, and he does. So he's going to give them a +1 to hit. Their captain does not have any tactics points. "21 hexes away." We've already used our sensors. They're going to use their sensors. By the way, another thing is on a warship, now none of these are warships, but on a warship, have multiple sensor packages so that you can do multiple actions. Especially if someone's going to be firing missiles at you or something, you're going to need to be doing multiple things. He's going to try to upgrade his lock. He rolls a 4 and does not upgrade his lock. So we still have weak locks only. Done. And geez, that's it. That's all we got. And then he's gonna fire. So he gets a +1 because a gunner, a +1 because of the piloting action. He is a -4, I believe, because of that distance. It's a 0, 1, 2, 4. 5 because of the weak lock, and actually I might upgrade weak locks to just a 0 and then give the strong lock a bonus to hit. Okay. So that's fine, but we won't do it this turn just because that would be a little cruel to ourselves. -4, -5, +2, we're at a 3. We need 11 or above, and they miss. Their pulse gun misses. We take damage. So, because of the fire. Because fire bad. Fire not good. No one wants fire. So, fire breaks out in compartment. Roll 1d6 every round until the fire is out. Fire cannot break out in a compartment with no oxygen, but we do still we're pretending that we're oxygenated momentarily. I should up these at some like that a little bit, right? So let's roll a d6. We roll a 3. I think that actually doesn't do anything for us. Fire continues, but no further effect. So he's down there putzing with the fire. Although he does have to roll an endurance 8 or take a die of damage. So we put Zach down there, right? Good old Zach. I don't know what Zach's endurance is. Let's take a look. Zach's endurance is 10. He gets a +1. So he's going to roll. He's going to add one to that. So he succeeds and does not take damage from the fire and smoke. And he is going to try to put the thing out now in the actions and damage control phase. And he needs an 8 or above. He fails. The fire continues. The brownout goes away. Our power is back to 80. We are back at the top of the round. We still do not have a guy in the tactics chair, the captain's chair, so we do not get to roll. But we will get agility back, theoretically. 1, 2, and 3. Their captain gets to roll. Their captain rolls an 11, 12. He gets 4 frickin' points this turn. That's not cool. I mean, we're going to add lots of points to lots. I think the bad guy's adding lots of points to lots of crap, this one. So we have full power. They have full power. We are now going to drift. No one's taking any panicked shots, I don't think. I think we're going to rethink. But these guys have... Guys are weird, like drifting away from each other a little bit. Now, I think actually, if I were in a situation... I think I would absolutely take, like, if I'm the Badger, I would literally at this point turn and thrust 4 and get out of dodge. You've taken a minor hit, which isn't terrible. You know, like the ship's not, you know, you're not dead. But you could very easily, here's my agility, here's my captain points. But the Badger, you could literally just turn and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that would carry you away. And the Interceptor, which is thrust 2, would never catch you again. I think that's what we're going to do for this fight. We're going to do more, so we're not going to stop here, but we're going to assume that that's what the Badger would do. The Badger taking that hit to the power plant. You know, we're going to need. That's actually fairly minor in that it didn't do anything, didn't disable anything. So that's probably all minor to the hull. You know, and to some of the bits, and we would just use a spare part or whatever, and you know, right, make some engineering rolls and have this thing fixed up. And you might be able to do that in space, even. I don't know. I had to go look at the rules for healing damage and see if there's any things we need to do with that. But let's take a quick break, and then let's get another, let's posit another scenario, because I think at this point we've moved too damn, we're moving fast enough that literally the best option for the Badger is to disengage. All right. Hope that sounds good. I'm going to get a drink 5 minutes, which I've been told by Nutmeg I only take 2 minutes. And he's going to put that on he's going to ask to put that on the bingo card, that I stay 5 and take 2. But we're going to be back in a couple minutes, and we're going to get, like I said, we'll set up a new fight here. All right. All right. We are back. So I thought that was okay. I think obviously I need to get into a rhythm. I think I have a little bit more better with that at the moment. After having done it for an hour and a half, I think I'm at least in a tiny bit, a better way in terms of getting a rhythm and making that move quickly-ish. I think the interesting thing about that for me was that the actual move, which I think wins that for the interceptor, is just the initial ducking behind the rack, degrading the Badger's lock on it for a moment until sort of it could recover. Then the one lucky hit into the power plant. And that really just almost loses the Badger a turn at that point because of the way that worked. They did have an option, but it wasn't a very good option. Although the guy did hit, if he could have rolled 12 points of damage or something, that could have been, that could have been more decisive. Instead, it sort of scraped the paint off the hull. The Badger is way faster than this thing. So I think we can. Let's take a look at our ships here. Yeah, the Badger is a fair bit faster. Let's not do a patrol sloop. I'd have to rewrite that guy anyway. Let's just put two class Bs against each other momentarily. Let's just do that. Two type Bs. So two Badger class. Yeah, and that's fine, Rob. That would take so long to do with the vector movement that it's just like we would spend for days, such a long time. At that fight. There's two things that you have to keep in mind. One is live or die because of time. No. Keep this in mind, though. So I think that's fine. If these are World War II dogfighters, then yeah, we can do that. The key is this guy can still rotate. I can fly around him all day. And this guy still gets to rotate. And as long as he has 3 agility, he can mostly be rotated where he needs to be. Now, if his agility goes down, or if, we can force him to use it for other things. So just because if I'm coming in and I am faster and have more thrust, that's all fine and good. I can be here. And then he can spend an agility and just do that. So he can turn most ships can turn relatively easily. Now, what you're trying to do, I will say, is you are trying to get someone into a disadvantageous position where they want to thrust when you are in their rear 60, because then their locks degrade on you. But I think it's fine, and what you're saying is not incorrect. It's just that it's not quite as easy to do because of the fact that ships can turn and rotate typically faster than they can move past one another. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put Zach back in the captain's chair. So Zach gets back to the captain's chair. We're going to take the fire out of engineering. And we are going to copy this. And we're going to paste it here. So there's a little bit of maneuvering yet. I mean, we have to figure out a tiny bit. And this isn't going to be a badger. This is going to be the weasel. I mean, the odds are in the badger's favor, I think. I think the badger was a better ship than the scout, the Type S scout that we were fighting. I literally think that one just came down to a little bit of a lucky shot, to be honest. That's all. Not a big deal. I think we'll. So what I'm going to do is let me take my. I'm sorry, I'm a mess. This is a mess. I don't actually like using. This is where I actually feel that Tabletop Simulator is easier, or not easier. It's better when you have little tokens to move around, or chips and so on. It's worse when it's worse though in a lot of other ways. Do we want Scott? Are you still here? Do you want to dot the battlefield with Rex? Do you want to make it hard to? Rack me. We'll put one more rack out. We'll put it over here. What do you think? Badger will be coming in. The Weasel will be trying to move to intercept. Now the ships are same thrust. We will give them both a vector. Victor. We'll make it 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So both ships are coming in. I'm going to move these off to the side. I don't think I need most of these. Move those off to the side. The Badger and his stuff will go up top, under my face. The Weasel's over here. Let's move. I'll spread these out the tiniest bit. Remember, if you're through the shadow, your sensor locks are going to degrade, or you can't get a lock through a shadow. That's where we're going to start the engagement. That's where we start the engagement. The Weasel. That's canon now. It's not the Weasel. It's the Weasel. All right. First thing is first on round 1. So we have detected each other. I'm going to say that everybody is, everyone is aware. And everybody is at their seats, right? No one's out of position. I'm going to say that both ships well, let's do that. Let's pretend. Oh man, that would be wacky. So the funny thing is, we're not going to do that. I'll tell you why we're not going to do it this time. We're not going to do it this time because if we do a third one, we'll try to add all that shit. But let's not do it this time because I don't want it to be focused on. If you depressurize, everybody's got to be in a vac suit. And some of your characters may or may not be able to get into a vac suit easily on their own. Now, it's not hard to do it. It's like a vac suit 4 check. to get it done in, you know, in under pressure like that, or to help someone do it. But you've got to do it, and that's going to right. And if you don't, let's say you don't have vac suit and you're trying because you -3, you're trying to roll a 7 and you keep screwing up, then that's a problem, and someone has to help you, or you're going to be in trouble. So let's not worry about that this round. Let's roll tactics. Zach is in our tactics station. He's going to roll a 4 and a 6. That is 0 tactics for us this round. We do have 3 agility, which I'm going to put over here. Yeah, you would always go into, if you knew the fight was coming, you absolutely would be in. So we can assume that everybody is in, strapped in and ready to go here. Same thing, you would also be strapped in, even if you have quote unquote anti-gravity kind of plates, which Traveler sort of assumes you have some kind of gravitic technology and you don't have to worry about accelerating. But if that were to go out, you can't accelerate the ship anymore without people being strapped in, or else you're going to kill somebody. You're going to smash somebody against a bulkhead. Their captain makes a tactics +1. He gets an 11. He gets a 12. He gets 4 freaking points. So his tactics points are going to be here, and his agility is going to be here. So we're going to give him 4 captain points over here and agility there. So he's got all the points today. Power is fine. Everyone is going to drift first thing. So the Badger drifts to there. The Weasel. Drifts to there. So they can see each other coming in. Roll initiative. We're going to roll a d6 for us. We're going to roll a d6 for them. I don't think it super matters, but we are going to spend 2 tactics points for the bad guys to win initiative. So they win. They're going to make us go first, pretty much. So what's the Badger going to do? So we're faced with an exactly equal ship. Our crew is slightly better. So we are slightly better than they are. One, two. I think we'll just try this, right? So what we're going to do is the Badger, we're going to use 2 agility, 1, 2, and then we're going to thrust 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then use our last agility to go like that. All right. So that is sort of where we're at. We're going to add 1, 2, 3, 4 to our vector like that. But we've used all of our agility to do that. That's fine. We're still sort of out of really good gun range. So done. That's the Badger's movement. The Weasel is going to respond to that now. Now has the Badger, so we have put ourselves in the shadow. We put the Weasel in a shadow, but they're not going to end up there. They could. I don't know that the Weasel wants to be in shadow. I think the Weasel does for now. It's going to use 1 agility to turn. And then thrust 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 agility gone. One. So we're going to add to its vector. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Done. And so next turn, the weasel can expect to end up there. But neither of these ships can get a lock, I don't think. I think they are literally behind. Yeah. So that wreck is blocking getting a sensor lock on the opponent for both of our guys there. Theoretically, they can shoot with no lock for a -2, which we're going to, that penalty we're going to keep. They're 40 hexes away from each other. That's going to put them in a -4, -6. I'd say okay, so that's fine. The weasel's going to use, they're going to use their pilot phase, and he is going to try to give his guy a +1 to hit. We're going to try to give our guy a +1 to hit. So the pilot's going to roll. He rolls a 6, 7, 8. We burn an agility. Done. So that agility goes away. So they have a +1 to hit. The captain is going to give 2 points to the gunner. So that's a +3 to hit. So they're now at a +4 to hit. So yeah, so they can give a total of +4 to hit. That range is a -0, 1, 2, 4. So they're at a -6 or at a -8, +4. You're going to hit them with 12 at this range with no sensor lock. Okay, sure. He takes the shot. He misses. I think I did that right. They're in the last range band. That's -6, 1. That's -1, -2, -4, -6. Done. Yeah. So if you had a crack gunner, like a gunner 5, then you probably hit that shot. These guns, these beams are more accurate at short and medium range. The first 2 range bands, they get a plus. So I think that's the entire round. So the round is they just sort of maneuver. And then we are done and ready to continue. Captains roll tactics. Our captain rolls his tactics. He gets 2 points. So we're going to give him 2 points, which we'll put in a little column there. And 3 agility in a row right there. Done. His captain rolls. He gets 7, 8. That is no tactics points. He has 3 agility right there. That's that. Power is good. The ships both drift. Like that. We might as well clean up the vector while we're here. That is the Badger's actual vector. And the Weasel's actual vector is that. I hope this is at least vaguely interesting, because I don't know if it is for anybody but me. I'm like, yeah, I love this. This is my jam right here. So there you go. These ships are coming in. Not super hot, but yeah, they're coming in a little bit hot. Absolutely coming in a little bit hot. We're going to roll initiative, so us first. We do have the tactics points this time. We roll a 5 and a 4. We don't need to spend any points. Obviously, we're going to make the Weasel thrust first to try to figure out where he ends up. What's he going to do? Does he thrust in, hopefully trying to, you know, come around the side, as it were? Because neither of these guys has a lock yet at all. Two-legged gotta go. All right, I'll see you, Rob. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, I didn't ask you, and I meant to, but I was, again, sort of busy here. How did your meeting go? I hope it went well. You don't have to answer that here. You can ping me later. Tell me how it went. Love to see you. I will talk to you again. Have a good weekend. So we're forcing the Weasel to go first. What's he? So I'm going to say, I don't really know what the best move is here, to be honest with you. We're going to thrust 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Straight at our guy here. Now, the key is, keep in mind. Tell you later. Yeah, absolutely, man. So that's going to be our new vector. And you do have to be careful that you don't just blow past your opponent every fight. So that's what they're going to end up with. Where do we want to end up? So I say we're going to do this. We're going to use 1 agility to turn. So that burns an agility. We're going to go 2 like that, and then use an agility to pop back like that. Okay, so that's our new vector. We do have 1 agility remaining, and we do have 2 thrust actually remaining. So we could use that also for evasive maneuvers if we need to. We still have 2 tactics points also, so keep that in mind. Like, we haven't used any tactics at all. We'll probably use that for sensors. We would probably want the sensor operator to have as much of a bonus as he's going to get, because you need a lock to erase that firing penalty. So we have both moved in the pilot's phase. Now it's time to get a lock. I am going to obviously the Weasel has to go first. And what did they do? So they went 4 across. So they still have all their agility. My main problem is just keeping track of these stupid chits. That is the problem. And Roll20, that's the problem. It's a lot easier to do in Tabletop Sim, but Tabletop Sim's harder to do all the rest of this shit. Like these lines and stuff, Roll20 does that better. So the Weasel's going to try to get a lock. He has no extra points to give. It's an 8 or above to get the lock. His sensor operator, I think, is a 1. We're going to roll. He gets a weak lock. So we'll put weak lock there. And we know who it is against because it's against us. Duh. Our operator is going to try to get a lock. I'm going to spend my 2 captain points right now to give him a +2 to get the lock, because getting the lock is imperative right now. We're going to roll. We get a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 because of the 2 points the captain gave him. And so we also now have a weak lock against the Weasel incoming. Done. If you have multiple sensor suites, you could also do ECM against the opponent right now and try to break his lock, but neither of these ships has that. And now we are firing. Fire phase. Both ships have weak lock. We're going to upgrade a weak lock to a 0, so it's -2, 0, or a +1 based on your lock strength. We're going to do, we have a 0 now. We're going to get, the pilot is going to use his last. I don't think we used any agility. We're 22 hexes away. That does put us in the slightly crappy zone. We are 0, 1, 2. We're still -4 to hit at this range, which does suck a little bit. I'll leave that out there. So at our scale, this is 5.5 million meters is what they're firing at, lancing across the... And of course, lasers, unfortunately, would be at these energies would be invisible. And you wouldn't see them unless you were just staring directly down the beam, in which case you would have a gigantic hole in your face. So don't do that. That's a bad idea. But lasers would be invisible. So I think their pilot is going to give them a +1. So their pilot burns an agility to try to give them a +1. So their pilot makes the roll. He does make the roll. They're going to get a +1 to hit. We still have an agility. We could take evasive maneuvers also to try to avoid... We're not going to. We're going to actually do the same thing and try to give our gunners a +1 to hit. So we're going to go all offensive right now. But let's do their gunners first. So they get a +1 to hit. So their gunners have a +1, a +2, and a -4. So we're -2. We need a 10 or above to hit. Their gunner fires. They get a 10. They score a hit. So let's figure out what the damage is. Star Wars lied to me. What did Star Wars lie to you? Okay, so they're going to score a hit. Let's do the hit. 3D mine. Now, the damage does not actually come until the end of the round. So we get the fire first. If they wipe the weapon off the board, we still get the fire. Keep that in mind. 3D -3. They do 3 points of damage. -2 for the armor. They do a single point of damage. So it literally scrapes off the armor, right? And you probably hear like right? You're probably in the ship. You can sort of feel it, because what would happen, it would be melting and vaporizing that material. And so there would be like an explosive effect as that material sort of ablated off the ship. We're going to spend our agility and try to give our guy a plus. So our pilot is +2, so he has a 9. So yeah, he's going to give the gunner a +1. Our gunner is Lars. He's firing at the same minus. The same -4, but he gets a +2. Done. So he's -2. He needs a 10 or above. And he misses. And if we had one more captain point left, we would give it, we would try to give it to him. But we do miss instead. And that's it. That's First Blood is a single point of damage across on the hull. There's agility. Let's give them 3 agility. And agility will always be in a nice tight row. Captain points will always be in a column. How's that? But we are at the next round. Our captain rolls 5, 6, 7. Not enough to get any points. Their captain rolls, holy shit, gets 11, 12. Gets 4 flippin' points for his team there. That's not cool at all. that frankly sucks. Power is fine. The ships drift. Badger drifts. Weasel drifts. Christian, how are you doing, by the way? I didn't see you in there. I'm glad that you are here. So that's where our ships are. We got to roll initiative. We roll a 1, the enemy rolls a 1. They're going to spend 1 captain point right now just to win that. Done. So they win. They're going to make us go first. They are 100% going to make us go first. Star Wars did lie to you, man. Although I did enjoy the one very brief campaign we did where you were fighter pilots and we had the World War II dogfight maneuvering in space. What's the Badger gonna do? I think the Badger is going to fun, but damage costs were high. Yeah, absolutely. I know you're still whining about that shit. I get it. That's fine. That's cool. That's your prerogative. The Badger is going to thrust 1 this direction, use 1 agility, and then go 1, 2, 3. So 1, 1, 2, 3. That's his new vector. We can probably clean that up. Done. What does the Weasel want to do? Keeping in mind the Weasel is going to be over here next turn. But we would like to keep some agility. So we used 1 agility. No captain. Can't afford it. Can't frickin' afford it, boys. So we use 1 agility in that maneuver. Done. And I think the agility needs to go closer to these guys. But I hate moving them around, the chits around. So that's fine. But we'll do that here. We'll put that up here for the time being. So what's the Weasel going to do in response? Let's use 1 agility. Oh, don't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 agility is used. Vector is boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. We're going to just clean that up right now. Boom. To there. Done. That's the one we care about. Delete those bad boys. Okay, so what happens next? Sensors. Weasel's going to try to upgrade his lock, of course. Weasel is going to upgrade his lock. I mean, we're going to burn 2 of the captain's points to do that, I think. We're going to make sure we get this lock upgraded. Weasel goes first. 8, sensor operator gets it. So we now have a strong lock. That's going to give us a bonus to hit. Done. The Badger does not have tactics points to spend. We're just hoping our sensor operator can figure it out. Let's see if he can. He does get a +2. He does. So now we have a strong lock. So everybody is just locked right the hell on. And they have 2 agility. So they're going to do their sequence here real quick. Their pilot's going to give them a +1 to hit. They're going to try to, so let's do that. He fails, so that's good for us, actually. Their captain will give them a +1 to hit, so he'll burn his last point. We have 2 agility. I am going to say we are going to burn that agility right now as a reaction. The pilot gets an 8, and he's going to burn 2 agility to give them a -2 to hit. He succeeds. So, oh god, okay. I need to figure this out too. This is a lot of back and forth calculating for myself. They're in +0 range. Done. They both have strong locks on each other, so that's a +1. Their gunner is going to get a +3 to hit. 1 for gunner, 1 for the strong lock, 1 for the captain point. So that's 3 points, 3 pluses. We just gave him -2 because we took evasive action. That is so -2. So he has a +1 total. He needs a 7 or above to hit. He is going to hit. Plus, there's an accuracy at that range. Done. So he does hit us. They're going to roll damage. That's 5 damage. -2 is 3 more damage. 41. We're down to 41. Not huge. I'm playing the space account, and I love it. Our turn. They have one sad point left. So our gunner is a 1. The range is 0. Our lock gives us a +2 to hit. Let's assume that is an agility. They're going to make a pilot roll. They fail it. They burn the agility. We are a +2 to hit. Let's roll. We miss. Done. That's it. That's the round. Oh my god. They're just lancing, right? Beams everywhere and just absolutely missing. Oh god. I think that's the final vector. Let's see how this goes, though. Let's see how this. So captains first. Captains roll tactics first. We have a +2. We get nothing. They have a +1. They get nothing. No one has a tactics point to spend. Their ship has 3 of these bad boys in a row. We have 3 of these bad boys in a row. Agility points. These are agility points. We both have strong locks right now. Allocate power. Power is fine. Does the Badger panic shoot for a -2 right now? Because right now is, if I had captain points, I would do it. You're at a -1 now. At the end of the drift phase, you will be, I think you do it, right? Because at the end of the drift phase, you're going to be 22 hexes away. Like, we will have blown past each other a little bit. I might need to slow down my shit there. I say the Badger panic fires right now. And man, I might, I'm going to say the pilot is going to try. He's going to spend 1 agility, and he's at a -2 because you're doing this as a reaction. So as a -2, he needs a 10 or above, but he has a +2. He fails, so no +1 to hit. So done. The gunner fires at a +1 to hit, but -2 because of the panic. We're at a plus. So okay, so +2 sensor lock is 1. Gunner is 2. -2 because of the panic. You're at a +0. We're going to fire right now. 8 or above. We hit. So we do hit. So they cycle the guns right before they drift away, right? Before they zoom past each other, sort of strafing. We take a shot. The beam locks on target. And we're going to do, hopefully, some damage to them. 11. -2 is 9. That's going to take them down to 36. Do they take the panic shot? They also do not have. I think they do. With the only cop, do ya? I think you do. So they're jousting each other, right? They're like zoom past, and then they're, they curve back in. So I think you do. So I think their pilot spends 1. They're going to try to take the shot there. They have a pilot 2. 8, 10. I think. Let's see. Is that a success or not? They rolled a 10. They're at a -2. So yeah. So they get a +1 to hit. So they have +3 to hit total. -2 because of the panic fire. So they're at a +1 to hit now. Do we spend the rest of our agility? Yes, we're going to spend the rest of our agility to the pilot. He's going to roll his skill. He fails. God damn it. Okay, that sucked. Because he was going to try to do evasive maneuvers to avoid that. They're still rolling at a +1 right now. They miss. So everybody just blows all their crap. They fire the hell rate, done, and now we drift away from each other. Whoop, just like that. But we're out of agility. We actually can no longer turn the ship this turn. So that's sort of weirdly interesting. So now we're in the initiative phase. We roll initiative as a 5. They roll as a 5. We roll a 1. They roll a 5. They're first. We can't turn. They sort of know that. Do we thrust? And the answer probably is no. I think they use the 2 that they have, and they're going to do a full burn. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Weasel did maneuver last turn. Absolutely did maneuver. What you were seeing was when they drift, they're allowed to panic fire at a -2. I don't know if I'll keep that rule, but it's sort of where I am now. And then, frankly, I think their pilot's going to make another roll, though he's already made a roll here. So he's at a -1 because of his attention, and he blows it. He burns the other 2 agility. Well, I think they needed to. Yeah, they burned the agility. He didn't get to roll anything. They're done. And that's the round because no one can fire. And I suppose they could both try to manipulate the locks of the other, but it is a 12 difficulty to do so. We will try to burn the lock there. We need a 10 or above. They need an 11. No one can degrade the other's lock. So now we are sort of jetting away, like we're speeding away from each other again. So unfortunately, I need to work on my not jetting past the enemy. Though I don't know that that's not going to be a little bit of a thing, simply because if your guns are front arc, you want to keep your front toward the enemy. So hard to do that sort of and turn and manipulate your speed. The Weasel, though, right now has the advantage effectively right now. So the captains are going to roll tactics. We get a 9, 10, 11. That's going to give us 3 tactics points. So the Badger gets his agility back, and we do get 3 tactics as well. So we're going to copy and paste those and then rotate them. So the captain's points are well, and then I just did that. So that was dumb. The Weasel rolls tactics, gets an 8, 9. He gets a single point, but also gets 3 agility because that's just what the ship has. So 1, 2, and 3. Done. Power, both ships have power. Drift movement, both ships are drifting. I suppose. So here's where you're going to end up. You're going to end up at this distance at the end of the drift phase. You're going to end up at 36 hexes at the end of the drift phase. I'm going to assume that the Badger is going to wheel around. The Weasel could theoretically then get down to 32 hexes. They might fire right now, thinking, well, it's no worse than 1-0. It's no worse than not firing. So the Weasel could fire. If you fire right now, your range is 18. So that puts you in the -2 range. So we're -2. +2, gunner and strong lock. So that is a 0 at that point in time. I think the Weasel, the captain gives his point to the gunner, and we roll it a +1 to hit right now. The Badger cannot do so because he's turned around. So 3, he misses. And there you go. And the guns just fly, just done. There you go. And both ships now drift, drift, and drift. Initiative, we roll a 2, they roll a 1. We're fine making them go first. The weasel's going to burn 1, 2, 3, 4 and try to get back to us. Yeah, they get a +1 because of the lock. I don't have power use. I mean, there's power use heat. Oh, to make the lock? No, that is all the detection game. Like, that's a different game. This is too close at this point. At this point, it's assume you've detected them and can see them. So there's no bonus to making the lock. It's just you're now on fire control at this point. So we just thrust. I think the Badger uses 2 of its agility, 1, 2 to turn. And then he'll thrust. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they will both sort of come back a little bit. And it looks like they're making the second pass. Sensor phase is fine. The and we're gonna make the weasel go first. He will try to break lock or degrade the lock with his ECM package here. And that is going to be a 12, but he gets a +1. Yeah, +1. 11. Nope. The Badger tries to break lock. We actually have a +2, so 10 or above. No, we don't not break the lock, but degrade the lock. When does it start? I would say the earliest it's going to start is end of summer. If we play, because then we can, I'm not saying get rid of the kids, but get rid of, and I love my kids, by the way, my kids, we're going to get rid of my kids to college. There you go. So we've tried to break lock. No one has. But we have the big old lock. We are 28 hexes away. That puts us in -1, 2, 4. So we're both at -4 to hit at this juncture. The weasel's going to do all its firing first. Weasel is going to spend his 1 agility to make the stable firing platform. The pilot's going to roll. The pilot succeeds. So that gives him a +1 to hit. So they're at a +1 to hit, +2 to hit because of the gunner. And I believe a -4 otherwise. +1 to hit because of the sensor lock. So that gives them he's a -1. Maybe we should make that DM a +2 for the strong lock. Just to... So, but right now we're at a -1. But he's going to hit. So the weasel hits. So he scores a hit. It's 8 points minus the 2 armor is 6 points. That will be a crit against us. So that's going to be 6 more points, 35. And that's going to be a crit. So let's bring up the crits. We're going to roll a d12. That's a 2. Do we have the damn crits? There we go. We're on fire. That's why. We hit the bridge. They pound the bridge. All right. They pound the bridge for, what was that? They did 6 points. Yeah, 6 points into the bridge. Let's roll another d12. 11. Ooh, I don't like the way that looks, guys. 11. Power cut. Power linkages to the bridge are cut. All stages in the bridge are disabled until power can be restored. The bridge goes dark. Now, fortunately, the gunner can still fire. He's in a different compartment. The funny part is these points are now useless. No, there's no crew injuries unless you get an explosion. No. They didn't actually pound into the bridge. It just literally cut the power linkages. So you'll see 1D hit from debris. Operator suffers an explosion. Everyone in the bridge suffers an explosion. Right? Blah, blah, blah. Operator suffers an explosion. An explosion would be hits divided by 2 dice damage to that guy or everybody, depending on who the explosion hits. In this case, it literally just cut some kind of power linkage to the bridge. The bridge goes dark. These points go away. We can't roll tactics. We probably can't roll sensors. Hell, we probably can't roll pilot right now. We can. That's not to say, but hold on. But our damage does not actually take effect until after the end of the round. So we're actually sort of okay at the moment, if that makes any sense. So we have to totally make haste right now and see if we can't score a hit back, I think. So I think our pilot spends our agility to give us a stable firing platform and succeed. So that's +1 to hit. So we're at a +2 right now. We're going to go to +4 with 2 captain points there. So we're at a +4 to hit, and we're at a -4 and a +1 because of the lock. So we're, I think, at a +1 total at this range. So the gunner is going to light this guy up, +1. He rolls a 9. That's a 10, so that does hit. That does the damage. We're going to roll 3D -3. That's going to do a single point of damage against the weasel. Game is so weird. Okay, well, sure. And I think that's the round. So now we're in the dark. Right now we are, oh God, we can't see anything. And we're going to send, again, I hate to say it, we're going to, oh no, so now we need actually a goddamn engineer to go. So the problem now is, now we need someone with engineer power to go, and that is Thomas. Thomas is on sensors. I suppose that's okay if we don't want to do anything else with the sensors. So we're going to send Thomas out on the action phase, and he's going to move, and he's going to go to fix power to bridge. And that's what he's going to do. So he is not on board. He cannot make sensor rolls. You can't do it. So he's made a sensor roll already. He's now moving. That's -2. He could technically try to fix this hit. So Accountant recommends never entering combat. That's funny. So we do have a crit. So bridge, power out, 6 points. So 8 are up. So he has engineer. Let's see what his engineer is. So Thomas's engineer power is 2, plus education is 3. He's going to take a -2 for having done 2 things already this turn. So he does get a +1. So he's going to roll it. He gets a 6. That's a 7. That is no points applied to the bridge power outage. The bridge is out of power. Only the gunnery station is active right now. Everything else is the Badger goes dark. So the captains roll tactics. Their captain rolls tactics. Ours can't. Their captain rolls an 11. He gets 3 tactics points to blow this turn. Oh, everybody has 3 agility. I mean, you do not lose the lock. You didn't damage the sensors. The sensors still feeding data. You just lost the ability to control anything from the bridge. And I assume that the sensor operator's up there. So they still have a lock. The gunner in Lars is down in another room. He still has the lock. He just doesn't, he's not getting, they're not doing anything. So now would be a good time to try to break the lock from the Weasel because they can't fight back, as it were, right? So we do have 3 agility. I'm sorry you find it weird, Michael. It is a little fussy. I like it because I'm a fussy gamer. And this is a lot better when you literally have 5 people each managing all this crap for one of the ships, and you're just managing one ship. That's easier, I think. I'm going to switch this and put the Weasel up here and the Badger over here momentarily. Okay. So, we got our tactics. We allocate power. We have the power. We're going to drift. I think the Weasel lets him drift. I think at this point we just let the drifting happen. I don't hate this. I think this actually works. I think it's a little fussy. Don't get me wrong. I think it could be. I think we could, I think there's definitely figuring out to do. Initiative. I think the Weasel wins initiative, and the Badger is right now under drift. The pilot has nothing he can do. So he's doing nothing. Espresso machine on the bridge. I do worry about it. I'm okay. Oh, are you okay, man? I don't want you to be sad. The Weasel is going to full thrust 1, 2, 3, 4. That's their new vector. Do we want to do anything else while we are here? I suppose it depends on what the range is. 34. We really need someone down in engineering because they can add thrust and they can add power and all that crap. Like they can do all kinds of crap. But we actually, neither of these ships has anyone in engineering. They're a little undermanned for combat. Like small ships like this. Now, the other thing we have not done, and we're not going to do it. The other thing we could be doing is both of these ships could own software that would run one or more of these stations. And so you would have a better thing. So you would have maybe the computers doing the gunnery and someone's down in engineering kind of thing. And then you'd have more option. Right now, these ships are short-staffed for fighting. Obviously, it's not Saturday night. So that's sort of why you're seeing this weird clunkiness, I feel. So we're at 34 hexes. That is a minus. That's a -6. We're at the max range, and the beams fall off at this range. They actually fall off at that range too. We should keep that in mind. But that's neither here nor there. So okay. Pilot's going to do his thing to give the firing, and we're going to give him a +2. So the pilot rolls. The pilot succeeds. That's a +1, +2 because of the captain, and another +1 simply because of the sensor lock. So we're at a +4, but I think a -6 due to range right now. So we're going to take the shot, obviously. Hold on. So, well, but wait, hold on. So +2 because of the captain, +1 because of the pilot, +1 because of the sensor lock, and +1 because of the gunner. So we're only at a -1 at this range. So we take a shot and we miss. Well, they take a shot and they miss. I mean, Lars might take a shot, but he has none of those bonuses. He has literally, I think he's a -4 to hit. So he's going to take the pot shot, and he misses. Oh, great. AI. Funny. You're housing Cool Ranch Doritos in my honor. Well, I appreciate it. I mean, I have had carbs, don't get me wrong, but I have certainly cut down. Like, I have avoided the Cheez-Its, I've avoided the pretzels, I've avoided all that shit. You're welcome. I think we're done with this turn. Again. Because they can't do... Oh, so we got to do damage control. So, okay. So, Thomas is down there trying to fix the power to the bridge. He has engineering. He has a +3. He hasn't done anything else this turn. Count Drinks a Lot is living up to his title tonight. So he rolls a 7, 8, 9, 10. He does get to roll. He rolls a D6 to add, right? And he gets a 5. So that crit is now down to a single point. But we do have to suffer one more turn, like this. So let's do that. Captains roll tactics. Their captains roll tactics. They get no tactics points. None. Done. We have agility. We actually don't have agility. We have nothing because we're not moving the damn ship. Allocate power. Done. Drift movement. Everybody drifts. The weasel goes like that. The badger goes like this. The weasel's gonna thrust. No, stop it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now he's come around, as it were, right? Doesn't help the range. The range is still god awful. Still -6. We're still at the -6 range there. Our pilot goes right. We're going to do the thing. So but we will try to help break the lock here. So our sensor guy at an 11 or above, he doesn't degrade the lock. Done. Our pilot is going to try to give a bonus. He does. Well, their pilot does. So +1 to hit, +2 to hit. because of the gunner, plus 3 because of the lock, or 4 because of the lock, I should say. So we are right, gunner, pilot, lock, plus 4. -6, so we're to -2 total. They do miss. Done. We can fire. I'm not even gonna. Okay, now I need to check that number. Jesus. Okay, so they are at a -6 to hit because of range, I believe. Are they plus 30 plus? They are beyond 30. So -6 because of range, but +1 because of the gunner, +1 because of the sensor lock. I think they hit. Now we do minus a die because of fall off. Technically the damage falls off, which sort of sucks. Roll 8, -3 is 5, -2 is 3 points of damage. We do 3 more points of damage to knock them down to 32. That's not enough for a crit. We're now doing damage control. We're down there at, and we succeed. So the bridge gets power again. We don't have to fix power to the bridge, but we are in engineering. So we're in engineering. We're not doing sensors. We are in engineering. Captains roll tactics. We can both roll tactics. The Weasel's going to roll tactics at a +1. They get 1 point. We're going to put that there. Our captain all of a sudden has tactics again. He gets an 11. He's going to get 3 points. We are definitely giving our gunners all the plus that they might want to have. Power is good. We're going to drift. Sure. Drift. I don't think anybody panic fires at this point. The extra -2, not worth it. The Badger also drifts to there. Rolling initiative. Us, them, they force us to go first. I think the Badger is going to thrust 1, 2, 3, 4. Badger just comes in. That's where we're at. I don't think the Weasel does anything super different. I don't even know that we... Sure. We'll thrust in a bit. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're going to thrust just like that. And that's going to move this 1, 2, 3, 4. That is their new vector. Just like that. No super need to clean that up yet. They are now 30 hexes away, so strangely within a fairly decent distance there. No, I don't. Okay. And I don't think anybody used. Did he score a point or not? I'm gonna say yes because it's over there. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So, initiative. Oh, we did get initiative. So we made them go first. They went first. Done. Or we went first. I'm sorry. I don't think it matters though. Sensor phase. I think we make the Badger go first. The Badger is going to try to make. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. The Badger's going to try to make the skill, the. I'm sorry. I lost the thread a tiny bit. My fault. Does the Badger is going to spend a single captain's point, and he's going to give the sensor operator another plus. Oh, Tom. Yeah, Thomas runs back up to us. So that's an action. He's done a thing. So that's -1. So he's sensor 2, sensor 1 now. We give him a +1. He has to roll. He's not going to be able to degrade the lock. That is done. Don't think we're doing anything here. It is now the gunnery phase. Doesn't matter who goes first. The pilot makes a roll, trying to, and I think the pilot succeeds, so we get a +1 to hit. The captain's going to give his extra 2 points. That's a +3 to hit. So the gunner has +3. Our gunner is a 1. +2 because of the lock. I was going to up that. So +3 because of the lock. +3 because of all of our crap. So we're at +2 to hit total because we're now within 30. We do hit. Damage. $10 points. That is a total. That's 8 points. That is a crit on the Weasel. Let's roll that crit. We might as well roll real quick. Boom. That is a 10 location at a 2. It's a graze. Son of a bitch. You got to be kidding me. 10 location is a weapon. It's a graze. Yeah. So good damage. Weasel's going to go. The pilot's going to do his thing. Pilot fails at his thing, so no plus there. The captain will give a +1 to hit. We are at a -1, -2, -4 to hit, +2 because of the lock, +1, so zeros. We're at zeros pretty much, and they miss. Do a couple more rounds and just see if this ends up right. Let's just see some number. Funny. Let's do this. So captains are gonna roll tactics. Let me put the agility here. Agility. Captains roll tactics. Our captain 9, 10, 11. That's 3 points. Their captain 5, 6. No points. No points. Okay. All right. Allocate power. Drift movement. I think we're going to let everybody drift. And we should probably clean that vector up at some point. So that's the weasel's new vector. The badger ends up here. And the badger's new vector is just that. So initiative. Badger is a 4. The enemy is a 6. Oh, God. That's okay. The badger is absolutely willing to go first. I don't think they do anything. I don't think they're gonna fly at all, frankly. I mean, they're not. I mean, they're gonna drift, of course. They're within 24 hexes. That's not great, but I don't think they feel the need to adjust their vector just yet. Do they have anything else they might want to do? Yeah, I don't know that it helps them to do anything. I think they're just going to sit on this. So they're done. The weasel. What do you do? No one's taken any really major damage. This is all very, I would say, superficial damage. So that's great. That's great. I think nothing. So done. So they've done their thing. Sensor lock. They force the badger to go first. The badger is going to. They'll do the same thing. They'll give a +1 to the sensor guy. The sensor guy is a 1, 2, 3. So +3 total. He needs to roll a 9 or above. He does not degrade the lock, which would be huge actually, because it would essentially is a -2 to hit at that point. The weasel will try to degrade the lock. He needs like an 11. Ooh, and he does. Which is why you make your opponent go first. We now have a weak lock. The badger all of a sudden gets a weak lock. Other things that would help would be like chaff. If we had sandcasters full of chaff, that would help break locks and so on. Interesting. So all of a sudden that changes. Like I thought, oh, the badger's got this. Now all of a sudden it's weird because it's not very good anymore. So you're losing that +2 to hit. Okay. Weasel is going to let the badger fire first. Pilot is going to make a skill roll to give us the bonus. So that's 1 point of agility. He succeeds. That's +1 to hit. So now we have a +1, +2 to hit because of the the gunner. So we're up 2. We're up 4. The range gives us a minus what is it, 24? It's -4. So we're to 0 right now. We would be at a +2 if we still had a lock, a good lock. So I suppose we're going to go for it. So we burn all these points. The pilot's going to make a roll and go evasive maneuvers. He succeeds. So that's going to be a -2 to hit. Oh, I think that still hits. +1, +2, plus the gunner. -4, even up, -2. That's still a hit. So we still do hit. That does a scouring single point of damage. Oh no, 2 points of damage. Their pilot's going to try to give them the firing platform. He does. That's a +1 to hit. That's as good as it gets going to get. That's +2, -4, +2 because of the sensor lock. So I think that's a 0 total. We're going to try to take evasive maneuvers with our remaining agility, and we fail. They take a shot. I think that's a miss. Dang, Skip. Like, everybody's burned all their points, and that was indecisive at best. Let's give them their agility back. Let's do one more round just to see where this goes. The Weasels captain, 12, 13. They get 5 tactics points to spend. I don't know what you can... I got to find more things to spend these damn points on. Because the rounds are 15 minutes long. That's why. Because they're 15 minutes long. Because you literally do it because it's a reaction. It's not like Runebearer where you're taking a maneuver. In Traveler, evasive, it's literally, you would have to do it for every shot against you. Right? So every shot, you would go, I'm going to spend my agility, this one. I'm going to spend my agility for this one and this one. So you have to do that every time. How do they know they're being shot at the speed of light? I don't flipping know. None of my business. But yeah. So it's not temporal like you're sort of thinking it is, where they're taking evasive maneuvers the whole round. They are literally taking evasive maneuvers for that attack. I'm okay with that. We do not need more minuses to hit, frankly. I think what we would do in the game is hand you, like I said, we'll hand attention chits, right? As you do a thing, you just get one. For every chit you have, you take a -1. I'm probably not keeping great track of it because tracking a lot of shit. So, Captain's Tactics rolls over here. He gets a 2. That's only 1 point, though, unfortunately, for him. So, done. Power is good. We're going to drift. The Weasel starts drifting up like that. And now we're coming back to where it's getting close again. And the Badger is drifting like that. Initiative. Us 5, they get a 2. They're not going to spend. We're going to make the Weasel go first. I don't, yeah. I do think the Weasel's going to, I think we use 1 agility and we're going to thrust 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we don't need to spend another agility. We're still in front arc. Front arc is pretty wide. Having said that, now we're going to spend the agility because otherwise we leave ourselves open. So we spend the agility. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's our new vector. The Badger was I mean, the Badger could, if you wanted to, get to a point where you possibly break the lock. But we're sort of, I mean, you're still sort of winning this fight. Although you hate to charge the enemy with a shitty, like with the lock being shitty. I mean, you'd rather not do that. They do have more tactics points than us, too. So they're going to get a big plus to hit. Potentially, up to a +2. I say maybe we just drift again. We just do nothing. It's 16. We're 16 away, which sort of sucks. What is that? -2. -2 to hit at that range. For these guys. So maybe no thrust this turn. Done and done. Sensor phase. The Weasel goes first. The Weasel will do, he'll spend the single point. He will give his guy and try to make the weak lock a no lock. So it's a DL10. He has a +1 because of the captain. That's a +2. He misses it. So he does not degrade the lock. Done. Our sensor operator will try to upgrade the lock. He gets a +1. So he is +2 +1. That is a +3 total. He upgrades the lock. We are back to a strong lock. So that gives us a +2 to hit, as opposed to a +0. So it's worth 2 to upgrade that lock each time. Firing, obviously, will make them go first just to see sort of what the situation is. The pilot makes his shot there to give him a +1, which he succeeds. The captain gives him 2 more pluses. That's a +3 to hit. It's a +4 to hit because of the gunner. What is the range? 14. So that's -2, but +2 because of the strong sensor locks all around. We're both +4s to hit at this range. They fire. They're going to hit. They roll damage. It is 8. 8 - 2 is 6. That's going to be a crit on us. That crit is going to be a 3 for 8. So he hits the 3. The cargo bay. For 8, I barely care. A fire breaks out in the cargo bay. Well, I mean, that's interesting to note because that actually can do shit, but fire in cargo. But if that's literally all that happens, I don't care. That's not that bad. That is not the worst thing that could have happened with that. We are going to return fire. We are +3 because of the lock and because of the gunner. We are a -4 because of the... Oh, the pilot's going to give us a shot here. He does. So he gives us +1 to hit. We have a +2 because of the lock. We have a +1 because of the gunner. We are at a -2 because of the range. So I think we're at a +2 here. Oh my God, we missed. Jesus. Oh my God. One more and then we're done. Oh my God, that was awful. How could we miss? Lars. Damn it. Damn it, Lars. What are you doing down there? I forgot my phone in the cargo. Hello, Nutmeg. How are you? It's gone. It's freaking gone. You definitely need a new phone, sir. All right, let's give these ships their agility back. That's definitely one we should have. We probably should have used. So 3 agility. Let's roll some tactics. Their guy rolls a 6, 7, no tactics. Our guy rolls a 7, 8, 9 for a single point of tactics done. So we have 1 point. They have a point. Power is good. We're gonna drift. Oops. Now, I'm going to say that drifting through past the wreckage with that vector, if you drift through past that wreckage, you're going to have to roll sensor ops to maintain your locks, I think. Vectoring in and out of well, I'm glad I'm putting you to sleep. Although there is a guy, that Brian's channel, I do watch him solely to go to sleep, actually. So keep that in mind. And I can't imagine this is that exciting, ultimately. So their sensor operator is going to have to make a check, or else the lock is going to degrade. It's a 12 difficulty to not have the lock degrade when you go into a shadow or thrust or whatever. So skill roll here. To not get that done, he needs an 11. He fails, so they're down to a weak lock. Our guy is gonna make the roll also. We're just gonna let that go. He has a +2, so 10. He blows it. I wonder if we should be able to spend these after the fact. That might be fun, but we're going to say no. So we also have a weak lock. So, right, they zip past. They go into the shadow of the wreck. Both ships sort of come out, and it's all staticky and shit again. And they can't quite make the other one out. So they're going to take, it's a 0 now. No bonuses for that. Initiative, super important, actually. So they're going to roll a 2. We roll a 3, so we're first, and we're going to make them go first. Wow, I don't even know what I would do in this case. So they're going to end up here, like that. And here's their agility. Now, going last is actually a huge advantage in this case because there's a lot of things you just can't do, right? You can't play coy and try to jet past them or get into their rear arc. Remember that the front arcs are essentially this. The front arcs are essentially down this hex row, 120 degree. You can buy 60 degree turrets, which are not that. They are this. So you can buy 60, you can buy 0 degree turrets, which literally fire only down the one hex row. Not advised, by the way. I'm going to say the weasel does not thrust at this point. They're going to save the point of thrust. I'm going to put that here because they can actually use that and probably will to add a minus to hit to the enemy. The badger. See, we could totally screw them though. So that's the thing, right? Oh man. I mean, maybe, I don't know what you do if you're the weasel. I think, so if you're close, I'm going to say the badger will act. They're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. And then they're going to have the pilot. Pilot is going to make a 2 agility maneuver, 8 or above, to displace them 1 hex without changing their vector. And he succeeds because remember his skill is 2. So 2 agility go away. And I can displace my vector by 1, my ship by 1, like that. My new vector is going to be that, and then +4 in this direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. I'm going to say the weasel can panic fire, but only at a -2. We're not even on the fire. Well, yeah, they can panic fire. They can panic fire at a -2. Right? So the badger charges them hard. They're going to take their shot. They have a weak, so the range is good, 0. Range is going to be 0. Gunner gives them a +1, so let's give them a +1. So 1. Range is 0. They have a -2. So they're shooting at a -1 to hit. They have a weak link, so that doesn't help them at all. Because the panic fire, I mean, so they're panic firing on the pilot phase, which is great, but you get to take a -2, and you haven't done the sensor phase yet. So that might be the Badger's move right there. So let's see at a -1. Oh geez, hold on. At a -1, give me 1 second here. Did I just roll that or not? I actually don't know. I might have pressed it. I might not, because I had this weird color choice thing go up. So I took one, I missed, I took one, I hit. I don't know which one was correct. So we're going to roll this one right now. And we're going to clear this. This is sort of important, actually, I think. So they're at a -1 to hit. We're going to roll. They roll an 8. That's a 7. So the weasel misses as the badger slips past. Done. Sensor phase. I mean, we'll make the weasel go first. The weasel's going to try to get the lock back. They do, so they're at a strong lock, but remember they've already fired. And the badger's going to try to get a strong lock. And they're going to blow it. So 7 + 2 done. They should have spent this point because there's no other, you might as well spend it. So yes, they do get it. They now also have a strong lock. Still firing the cargo bay, by the way. We have to roll. 7. Oh, and by the way, and we're spending an agility to do that. That's our last agility. So you both have strong locks. They've fired. We have not fired. We have nothing left. The gunner gets +1, +2, so that is a total of +3. We are accurate at this range. We maybe should have given them accurate at that range too because of the beam. Damn it! I bet you they hit us. I bet you they hit us going past. We'll roll our skill check. We're gonna hit. They have hit. They do 10 minus the 2 is 8, so 21 to us and a crit. And we'll roll the crit right now. It's 11 and 2. It's a graze. It's definitely a graze. So I don't think the crit does anything. 11 is defender chooses. So literally we're taking anything with cargo hold. Graze. Done. No extra damage. We're going to roll. We are going to hit. That's 10 minus 2 is 8 more points. That's going to drag them down to 14. That is also a crit. It is a 12 and 11. I don't know what the 12 is. Oh, I think it's attacker chooses. Holy shit. Attacker chooses. What am I going to choose? I'm going to choose a weapon, I think. Weapon is destroyed. Done. Combat is over. So we strafe by, lock onto that weapon, roll an 11. The weapon is right. The turret is just destroyed. They're going to surrender at that point. And so the Badger wins that. Taking superficial, but you know, shitty damage. You'd have to repair some holes in the hull and some superstructure and so on. But no system actually took sort of big damage. They have a whole gun. That gun is gone. So yeah, Scott's right in the sense that it's sort of a lose-lose. If that gun costs $5 million, guess what? That's $5 million you just spent. Open hell, yeah, you would loot the shit out of that, wouldn't you? At that point, you would be like, yeah, we are looting the hell out of this thing. All right. I think it needs cleaned up a little bit on when you can do what. I think for sure. I think there's a little bit of that that needs cleaned up. Need to be a little more explicit when we can do X, Y, and Z. Technically, you can do almost anything at any time if you're willing to take the rush -2, and the attention shit. Because I don't, you want initiative to be important, but I don't want it to be the be all and end all to, yep, you get behind us because you want initiative. And that's what happens when you're close. When you're close, initiative means they get behind you or you get behind them. And so being able to panic fire pretty much at any time from drift movement on through the actual gunnery phase, but taking a -2. Is, I think, a good compromise. It does make things a little confusing, though, so you'd have to... Easier when you have a table of players and the players know what's going on and when's going on, that kind of thing. I think that is slightly... easier to deal with when you have that. But I will say, did I just close? I think I closed roll 20, which sort of sucks. That was dumb on my part. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. I didn't hate that. I thought that actually was okay. I thought that was pretty fun, ultimately. I think there needs to be, like I said, a little bit of cleanup in terms of who does what, when, and when you can take reactions and all that. I think that needs cleaned up a little bit. I think I have to decide whether or not to add the 2 hit roll to the damage, like in Traveler combats normally, right? When you hit somebody, you add the effect to the damage. I didn't do that here, sort of deliberately to sort of make that decision. And that's something we have to think about. And if you do that, do you down the damage? Do you drop damage to... I mean, 3D -3 is not much different than 2 dice. It's literally a half a point of damage on average. Okay, that's a lot of Burai, actually. For this late in the night, that's quite a bit. That's gonna be a rough morning at this rate. So I don't know, what did you guys think? I don't know who's left. I thought at least it was fun enough. I did not dislike that at all. I thought that was, Saturday hangover for sure. I thought that was pretty fun. I enjoyed that, and I enjoy the movement, even though the movement, I don't know that the movement necessarily is even that meaningful. I thought it was meaningful for that moment. That last moment, that was a meaningful move. The Badger when we got close and they won initiative, and he sort of jumped them, forcing them to take the -2. I think that wins the Badger the fight. And I think so I still like the vectored movement. I can't help myself. I think in the first fight, when the Interceptor actually got the drop on them, I think the important thing there was the Interceptor moving behind the wreckage. And so I do think there was a little bit of, it's not genius tactics. A lot of it is simply drifting around like an idiot and trying to maintain range, but that's amazingly hard to do. But I think I'm keeping it. I don't think I'm going to, I don't think I'm going to go to Theater of the Mind. I'm hearing vectoring in my dreams. Is that a Britney Spears song? No. Who sang Only in My Dreams? Okay, hold on. I gotta look that up. Hold the hell on. Hold on, gentlemen. Only in My Dreams. Debbie Gibson. There you go. Debbie Gibson song. Vectoring in My Dreams. Yeah, Absolutely. I don't know how well that plays. I'll be honest. I think that's awful for I think that is super shitty for a solo Let's Play for most people. I love it, and so I'm still going to do it, but I don't think anybody's down for, although mind you, I've watched a guy do GURPS combats for like 2 hours, and it was fine, or Powers and Perils, so maybe it's okay and I'm overthinking it. Yeah, I do think it's better. I think it's better tabletop than stream. I think it's more, because everybody's manning their own station, if that makes any sense, and so it's a little less hectic, kind of. No, it was what we did 2. We did 2 of these. We did 2 combats. 2 combats in 3 hours, 30 minutes. The first one was indecisive, and the Badger ultimately escaped. And the second one, the Badger won decisively. Now, I will give them, I mean, they will actually have computer programs to run shit, so that will change the calculus of who goes where and who is at what station, and they will probably have someone in engineering, and so there's even a little bit more to do there. I feel bad because Lars's gunner actually sucks. because he doesn't have a dex bonus or anything. He doesn't actually get any bonuses, so he's just gunner 1 done, and that's all he gets. But I mean, that's sensors is important because it's +2 or -2 to hit, and so it's almost, you know, sensor 1. I think sensor counts almost double a gunner, kind of in a weird way. Lazy-eyed Lars. Oh, hold on, I got this. He did miss that one shot. I was like sort of pissed at him. As far as it goes, I don't think that is terrible to manage. The main problem to manage, I'll be totally honest, is the pluses and minuses to hit. I think if there were a better way for me to sort of track that generally and quickly, I would feel better about that, but it didn't suck. By the way, there's still a fire in the cargo hold. Which, that's sort of weirdly fun. They would finish the battle and go, what's that smell? Jesus, what? Oh my God. Yeah, 2, it would be fine. It'd be fine. 1, it would go out. So in two turns, that goes out. 2 turns, that goes out. Actually, you would be venting. You would vent the shit out of that ship beforehand. Like, I would totally vent the ship. I would never have a fire, because I'd be like, yeah, you're all in vac suits, right? Because we are not doing this. I said, I don't hate that. I don't hate it. I think it's all right. I think it worked okay. I think I need a little bit of tweaking and a little bit of tweaking to make that work. But I don't think it's bad. I think that's pretty good. All things considered. I poured a way too much goddamn burr rye, so if anyone is willing to sit here for the next half hour, I am absolutely willing to sit here for the next half hour. I almost wish there was an option to turn off the broadcast and just have chat available. Because just do that. It's the after party, essentially. Yeah, they need an after party mode for YouTube streaming. Done. But yeah, I think that's my only problem. My only problem is there's a point where you're like, okay, it's -4 to hit, +2 because of this. The captain gave you a point. The gunnery gives you a point. The pilot gave you a point. And that is clunky. That's a shitty mechanic. I don't think I'm getting rid of it, but that is that's sort of ugly to calculate every turn. That's the only thing I didn't like about that. I'll think about it, but I think it's going to stay. I just think there's a lot of modifiers that just happen every round, especially because the main way the captain interacts with the game is handing people chips and giving them +1s. So pour out meaning drink, or pour out meaning you're tossing it? Because I have never known you to toss out a beer. I do need to get the dungeon done in Runebearer too. I do need to do that. Now, here's the funny part. So the funny part is I spent a lot of time putzing with this combat system to get this ship combat system. We are rarely going to have a ship combat in the actual campaign. The tabletop campaign, if we do it, might have ship combat more, but this isn't. I mean, we're not going to have ship combat in the. These guys do not want to fight in the ship in the dead of space. That's not their gig. I don't think. I'm not sure what their fucking gig is. They are terrible. They're terrible characters. I sort of love them, but they're not great. They do a lot of things, okay-ish. But I don't know. That's one where you go, okay. Very, very interesting, though. Accountant restates, but it's not even a loss leader. It's just it's a lose-lose situation. Yes, you could, if you get something destroyed, it is just awful. It's an awful lot of money to do that. You need to be like, yeah, I'm salvaging this shit. Like in D&D, when you fight and the first level fighter drops, that sucks, but it benefits the rest of the party because they strip him down and take his ship back to town and sell it. So the whole party ultimately benefits in that money. Like, that's like the wizardry characters, right? When you played Wizardry 1, and you're like, hey, I'll make characters, and then someone dies, and you're like, yeah, I'm stripping this dude down. I'm not resurrecting him. He's first level, but I'm taking his chainmail, and I'm going to frickin' sell it. And sell everything he has. In first level, like D&D, you die, it's like, I get my ship. But yeah, ships are like cars. All cars do is take your money. Like, there's no benefit to a car. Now, ships can at least make you money, so it's a better than a car in that sense. But yeah, they can make you money, but yeah, you don't want to fight and take it. That weapon costs them 5. So that weapon, now again, I'm a dick. I upgrade the cost of this shit is way higher. They lost the whoever was flying that interceptor lost $5 million by losing that weapon, by it being destroyed, quote unquote. Now, I might let that up a little bit or whatever. I think it's 2.5 million meters per hex. Maybe you can repair that instead of having to just replace it, per se. I don't know yet. We'll have to think about that. And I don't know what the rest of this damage looks like in terms of repairing that damage. I think there's a little bit of that, which is going to be quote unquote, I think much like Runebearer, you might have a shake it off kind of thing where it's like all that damage which didn't do anything is superficial, and you get to go, yeah, it was superficial, and you get some of those hit points back, and then you have to do the rest of the stuff to heal the damage, blah, 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 right? I mean, that, but if it's a crit, and it does something, disables something, destroys something, that's different, right? Fighting in a sci-fi campaign, it should be a last resort generally. I agree. But the problem is your wife won't stay awake. So I do need to fight all the time. So good luck with that. Maybe you need to talk to her. I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying. It's love her to death, by the way. I love your wife. I love your wife too much, actually. We should be having really awkward talk. Having said that, I mean, yeah, but she wants to stab, punch, shoot dudes. Like, she's a violent person. Your wife, awkward. I've told you this. I'd have married your wife I'd married your wife. If I had not met my wife, which is the best, I would marry your wife. Done. I think you can say the same. You like brownies. Done. Having said that, I think it worked out for the best. I think we absolutely we found, like chemistry, our molecule moved to the least energy state. It was perfect. It worked out perfectly, I think. I mean, now this is really awkward. I'd marry you second, so keep that in mind. So let's not go any further than this. That's an awkward game. That's an awkward gaming marriage right there. But yeah. So it's my wife, your wife, you. Done. Done. There you go. That's sort of where we were at, I think. So yeah, I think there's that little bit of get drunk and turn into a swinger. No. Here's the thing, not my so here. Okay, I don't know. I might have told this story on stream. So years and years back, we were in this house, but it was years back. Like I've been in this house for a long time. We had cable. We do not have we do not have cable now. We've turned all that shit off. We used to have cable. And so way back, way when we first got the house, I remember laying in bed and there's a TV in the bedroom and we had cable and my wife's asleep and I'm lying there in the bed and we got HBO for free for a little bit, right? It was like that one thing, have HBO for a week so you can order it and do a thing. And they had Real Sex on. And I don't know if you've ever seen the show Real Sex, but it's real sex, right? So it's late at night, it's real sex, and I'm like, I don't know, what's this? Right? So I'm just sitting there and I'm flipping through and it's there. And they're doing a thing and they're doing a thing and it's swingers, right? And and so I watched a little bit and I went in the next day to work and I said to someone, I said, so here's the thing. So I watched HBO's Real Sex last night. That's how I'm at work. I'm telling this story to the receptionist at work, who I love her dearly again. Also, okay, maybe I can marry her before Scott. Don't know. But definitely got on my list. I did tell a story, and I said two things. There's a lot of ugly people in the world, and they're all having more fun than I am. I just wanted to know. I told it before. I think it's a great story. I'm sorry. I didn't want to subject you to it. So no, I would never swing because I'm like, nope, not even vaguely cute. I'm not that cute, really, when it comes down to it. So yes, I don't want someone telling that story about me either. Is what it comes down to. I'm sad that I told that before. I've reached the age where I can no longer quite remember to whom I've told what stories. So you just suffered that. But yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. We all make good choices. But yeah, I do think that it's a little weird because we do have a group of players that likes combat as a rule. Like we do like combat. People love their combat. Like people like their combat. Not everybody, but I not everybody is as committed. But I do think that generally, as a whole, the group likes combat. Sci-fi is hard because combat is, it's a little bit dicey, right? In space, it's expensive potentially. You could really, really run some bills if you get your ship jacked up. On land, you can't murder people. Like, that's not a thing. You don't have, like, it's not, there's no goblins that you can just go, hey, we killed some goblins today or some kobolds, and everybody's like, yeah, you killed kobolds. It's like, no, you killed people with families. I'm like, okay, what are you doing? So we do have that, but we do like fighting. Like they do, the group likes fighting, and fighting's a little bit harder to justify in a sci-fi game. So we do have to consider that. But I thought this worked. I thought this was okay. I did like the end of this last battle. We damaged the weapon. We have one weapon. The turret blows up, and they're done. Like we just like sit there and go, "Hey, buddy, we're gonna We're going to take you down. And now, mind you, don't get me wrong. They have they can jet for, we could jet for, they could make a run for it, but being the same thrust, that wouldn't work. And so, yeah, you would just take them down. So yeah, I think at that point that's a surrender moment where they would put the white flag up, and you would have them with their ship's locker and their cargo bay and so on and so forth. Now that assumes, I mean, you never know, they might be ready to repel boarders, and that might be a problem as well. But yeah. Can you use tools as a weapon? I mean, sure. It depends on what you mean, Michael. I mean, anything that you can wield that's sharp or heavy or whatever could technically be used as a weapon. I don't know that right? I don't know how much damage a nail gun would do. Like that kind of thing. But yeah, sure. I think you'd get, improvisation. That would be like a weapon of last resort, right? But if that was the case and the player was clever, sure. Protractor as a weapon. I'm sorry. You're not in my front arc. you can't attack me. I was like, okay, all right, dude. Yeah. But yeah, that wasn't bad. I don't. Yeah, we would. When we played this way back when, this is elementary and junior high, we would. My one buddy had a pool table in his basement, and we would be there, and we would literally just have like the little marker, and then you'd have your 60-degree arc, and it was a gigantic, space to fight on. Probably not, actually, strangely enough, not as big as this, but as I burn your eyes here, oh god, it hurts. Anyway, but yeah, but we would do like millimeters or centimeters as the unit of measure for distance and thrust, and have gigantic traveler combats on their pool table, which was glorious. Glorious, by the way. Anyway, more hexes. Yeah, no. And we didn't need them. Didn't need them. Strange enough, didn't need them. Did not need them, which is okay. I don't mind that we didn't need them. That we only used the bottom right corner of the board. But keep in mind, there's a reason why that's true. The reason why that is the reason why that is true is because I actually ignored physics. If you truly used physics, then if you if you thrust and moved 2, so let's say the Badger went and thrusted and he went 1, 2, then his velocity at the end of that is actually 4. It's double that. Like if you go back to your basic mechanics, then if I move 2 in that time frame, my final velocity is going to be double that. And I did that, and I was moving all up. It was horrible. It was a lot. And so I just said, you know what, screw it. We're going to do this. You thrust, you move, you add that to your vector, and you're done. The physics. No other physicist is watching, I hope, to no physics teachers out there like weeping, I hope. Does anyone truly use physics? I mean, everyone, but yes. No. I mean, we're literally talking because of physics. but I'm going to take your question in the spirit in which it was asked and say, nah, no one fucking uses physics. I mean, some sad PhDs do, but none of us real people do. It's fine. We're good. We're good. But yeah, the only reason we are speaking at all is because of physics. But yeah, I get it. No. Nope. No one uses it. Done. Did you not my is did you actually did you do see the first episode of the Traveler game? The funny part is, so I said I don't actually believe that we will fight. But I did spend a lot of time drawing this. So this is the Vesper Atlas with planets at about close to their distance. Right? Because I do have the Vesper Atlas. But keep in mind, planets aren't lined up like this. So there was a question of, well, I should probably go draw them. And then I rolled a d12 and put them on their orbits on a clockwork, right? On the clock face. If you roll a 12, it's about north, 3 about east, etc. and so on. And I don't wonder. I think the Badger avoids most fights. Face is just pretty big. We'll see what happens. I just love being able to go, yeah, it's like 2.6 AU to to that planet right now. Well, they do. They do. Now, mind you, don't get me wrong. Like, let's understand something. I'm going to say no, but that's a personal thing. I hate videos with background music. And I apologize. I would say if you would like, play your own background music over the videos. I don't like background music because it actually makes it, like, when I watch videos and they have background music, it is distracting to me. I do not, at my age, I do not pick out. I have fairly good hearing still. I'm not like Scott. Scott is deaf, or blind. Scott's blind. His wife is deaf. But what bothers me more is picking sounds out from background. So having background music is sort of, like, you could literally play background music yourself if you wanted to. But I'm not going to force it on you. I don't think that's good for me. But I get it. I sort of understand there is a lack of, what do you want to say, production value to our streams here. I get it. Totally understand. Now, the one thing I would ask, I think this is interesting. Should we fight like this on stream, or should we summarize? That's a good question, I think. Like, so for the video, you're like, well, I'll take an hour and a half of this kind of fighting, or I want you to after action report it. That's different. Or summarize it, or shorten it somehow. I love the combats and I'm going to play them. It's whether or not you show them in the videos is actually the key. Like, you could totally summarize it and go, well, what happened was, and what, right, edit it a little bit and blah 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 and so on, and go, well, and this is the end result. I want to see. Okay. And I'm okay with that because I sort of like that answer a little bit myself. Like, I want to see. I sort of am bummed when I watch the solo RPG stuff and people go, I decided to, for the sake of the story, not actually do the game on live, but just tell you what happened. I'm like, okay, sure, but I'd really rather see the game and all the dice and all the messy, because I want to see you playing the game. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how much connection we get out of this, but maybe we do, right? I mean, that's a good question. And these characters could use it. My one thing about Traveler that I don't love is that since you don't build the characters, and I mean that capital B with quotes around it, right? Like literally. So in Runebearer, you go, well, Martin's an alchemist. So I pick that template and I then buy him some skills. And he can have different skills than another alchemist. But I built him, and he's an alchemist, and so he has a certain speciality. And so he feels a certain way to me. Rorik has a different specialty. He was a bounty hunter. I forget what template I picked for him, but I think bounty hunter. And so he has a different feel, and I go, well, that's Rorik. And then Tiny, I just said, well, he's a thug, done, and he got the thing. And then Ren is a mage, and she gets the magey parts. And all those characters are different in a fundamental way that allows me to sort of feel them better. And these characters in Traveler, because they're not built the same way, you roll it, and stuff happens. And then you end up with a character that has a bunch of skills that are 1. You go, I don't know what that character's like a little. Like, so I'm not going to change anything. I'm going to look back at the life path and sort of extrapolate from that and sort of get that feel, but the characters don't feel specialized enough right now to me. But I'm going to follow their life story and then try to get a mentality, personality shtick from that. But I wish I'd have built the characters a little bit. Like, I wish I could build, like, and there is in the Traveler Companion, point buy systems. I'm like, but the problem with the point buy system is it goes against what Traveler was. So if you're playing Traveler, I think you should do the random character generation. That is literally iconic for Traveler, but the end result characters don't necessarily give you that punch. I don't love any of these guys right now as much as I like Martin and Rorik and Ren. And to a lesser degree, Tiny. Tiny's a little bit of ancillary character just because of how he ended up in the party. None of these guys sort of feel correct to me or feel vibrant. They feel okay. I don't hate, as I said, I don't hate Traveler. I liked the gun battle we had. I do think it needs a little bit of juice, as it were, a little bit of jazzing up, shooting up, as it were, and we're trying to do that. Now mine is going to look more like Hero. Lars has lazy eyes. Damn it, Lars. God damn it. God damn it, Lars. Get some glasses. Get some glasses, bro. Jazz music. No. First off, music. Second off, jazz. That's gross. Stop it. No. Those people are just making shit up. Stop it. That's not okay. Not okay. Not a fan. I was in Jazz Man in high school. I don't like it. I'm out. Done. It's improv, man. Feel it. No, stop it. You goddamn hippie. Stop it. we're not. No. Stop it. That's too much booze, by the way. I hope Aaron Rodgers gives you an 8 and 9. So please. You know what Aaron Rodgers is going to give us? He's going to give us even worse. I'll tell you what. You know what's even worse than an 8 and 9 season? Nutmeg. He's going to give us a 9 and 8 season, which we barely make the playoffs, and he spouts a lot of stupid anti-vax bullshit. Just can't help himself over and over on Twitter, just spamming stupid bullshit. And I'm gonna be like, oh god, this guy is gonna end up his last moments are going to be, and everyone will remember Aaron Rodgers as a Steeler. I don't think he makes the season, the whole season. I will bet, not a ton, but I will bet. Whatever. You know what? Here's the thing. I didn't watch the Steelers last year more than, say, a game or two. I'm not going to watch them this year more than a game or two. I am not that interested in the Steelers. And some of that is the Steelers, and some of that is simply the NFL. I am just not as interested in the NFL. It is a little bit boring, I think. I think the game has sort of, I don't know how to express it. There's way too many penalties. There's way too many stoppages in play. It seems it's a very disjointed experience. It just doesn't feel right anymore. And again, I'm old guy spouting, so understand that. I'm sure a lot of people love it. Like the U.S. loves football. Blah, we love it. We love football, but I don't find it a compelling sport at the moment. I did. There was a time I did about a dozen years ago. When my kids were little, I would rock them and I'd watch fucking football, and I was into it. But in a dozen years, they have sort of pissed away that enthusiasm from my perspective. And yeah, sports betting, I sort of hate the very idea of it. I don't know that's the reason. I think really it is simply the penalty regime. The refereeing regime of the NFL right now makes the game less interesting to me. There's just a lot of stoppages in play and a lot of, defensive holding. Well, it looks like, right? I mean, it's just not as fluid. I don't know how to fix it, but it's not as fluid, frankly. Strangely enough, baseball, with the pitch clock, I think, and the rules they added, actually makes that game more snappy and fluid. I think baseball, now, if they could just frickin' implement an honest-to-God salary system, which allowed teams a minimum and maximum salary. Well, look, I mean, the Pirates are ass by design, Scott. Yeah, I get it. The Pirates are ass. They're ass by design. The Pirates are ass by design because they know, the owners know, that it's better to have a shitty, cheap team and then claim, oh, well, we're a small market team, guys. We're never going to compete. And you can do that and get away with it, and people go to the games still, and you'll make money. What they need is a minimum salary and a maximum salary. Done. You need a salary band. Every team is within this range. And I don't know if you have rules for what happens if you go outside the range. Don't know. I'll tell you, I can fix baseball in a heartbeat. No one will ever do it. But I could fix baseball in a heartbeat. Because I'm a fucking genius. I mean, how about this? I've drank enough that I'm now a genius. Here's my solution to baseball. My solution to baseball is you pattern it after the English soccer leagues. You have 4 different leagues. If the Pirates end up in the bottom X percent of the league, they get relegated down to the shittier league. Done. I think that would generate so much excitement because frankly, you'd get relegated and be pissed. Yeah, you'd have a bunch of leagues, 100%. You'd have a ton of leagues. You would essentially eat the minor leagues. The minor leagues, instead of being farm leagues for the big league teams, would just become teams. You would totally... The Pirates would be relegated year 1, and they would be... Then you'd be competitive in the shitty league. Oh my God, you would imagine a Pirates season where you are competitive at all and you are fighting to get back into the fucking majors. What a great year that would be. And again, I think I wish we could do it. We can't do it. Like, you just can't do it. There's just not the same sort of mentality in the US and with these big leagues. But boy, that would be super cool. Like, and again, my wife watches the Pirates every so often. But again, imagine if they were in a league where they were fighting for something. Because they're not fighting for anything now. They're fighting to win a game, sort of, which doesn't matter. Done, you're done. You're done. Nothing matters. Nothing matters from this day on, or even health a month ago on, or 2 months ago on. The Pirates in the a double-A league or whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, you could freaking, again, so much excitement, and they're competitive in that league and hoping to get moved up to the AAA league or the quadruple A or whatever you want to call it. That would be awesome. Man, we should do that in a heartbeat. Like, that would be amazing. And I'll bet you would make more money for these small market teams. I bet they'd make more money. Because all you need is some stupid hope for people to glom onto, and they'll glom onto it and watch any old shit. I guarantee it. I guarantee it'd be more. So anyway, NSA is sure they are. Screw them. Palantir is watching us. What's his name? Peter Thiel is watching us. I want to change baseball forever. I wish I could take advantage of that hope and thus make money. If you give me money, it will come back to you double. There you go. I think I started a church. Done. I think I just started a church. Or Amway. One or the other. I'm not sure. So yeah, no, I mean, I love baseball in theory and hate it in practice. Done. Baseball as a game is great. As a sport and as a league, it blows. Football as a league is actually better, weirdly enough. As a sport, it's starting to fade because of the way the rules are, like I said, making it sort of a disjointed, penalty-ridden experience. It's not as fun as it was, say, 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Mint your own church Bitcoin. Bam! I'm going to mint some Ethereum Dogecoin. Coin. Done. I'm in. Oh, look, all I want's the Knob Creek endorsement. That's all I want. That's all I want, guys. That's all I want. All I want. Never going to happen, but it's all I want. I'll be honest. You know what I actually want? I want one person, one time. Once. To give me access to a game early or whatever to cover it. That's it. Then I've made it. Done. And it's not yet is what that means. Let's go roll 20 again. I'll close it all the damn time. Pumping up all tax free. I mean, I'll be honest. I was actually thinking, well, do I just take all what I have and put it up for a loan? Like rich people do, right? They just take a loan on all their assets and then that's it, and they have no income because they took a loan. Done. Until someone closes that freaking loophole. I don't have enough money to do that, but if I did. Dragon's down too. Well, you have to talk to Scott Demirs about that. That's his baby. I have nothing to do with that. Good game, by the way. Great game. I have not touched it in a while, so I do need to get back to it, but I, it's a lot of shit going on. I only have so much time in the week. When we retire, we will play lots of games. How's that? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. It's about 12:30. I'm down to my last whatever of booze. Good night, Michael. Thank you for hanging out. I will talk to you later. If you have any questions about the game, you tell me. I will answer them. Yeah, I cannot imagine hopping onto this stream and going, yeah, I just play like video games and shit. Like what are you doing? Stop it. Right? People go, oh God, oof, what is going on? It was sort of funny, actually. It's an acquired taste. I agree with that. It's a little bit of an acquired taste. And this is even more so because we are very rulesy. Like I'm very rulesy. Like I want more rules, which I think hurts this a little bit. I've watched a lot of the solo RPG channels. A lot of them aren't that rulesy. Even the ones that follow the rules ultimately don't show a lot of the rules. And I've never seen, like, I will say Norwolf with Powers and Perils was very rulesy. But like a lot of these solo channels, and I mean they do some rules, like I think Hollow Point. But I think I am. I had a hard look in the mirror and said, yeah, whatevs. Like, right? And I'm like, okay, that's fine. We'll do this. I'm good. This is going to be clunky. And most people will pass this over because it's Traveler, but it's sort of not. Then you've added shit and rules. And yeah, I mean, I think Nutmeg, there's a scale, if that makes any sense. Like it's a continuum, right? It's not like one or the other. It's not, we go full on Rollmaster, Harn, Runebearer, or we're playing Amber, Diceless, or, right? It's not one or the other. There's a continuum there a little bit. And most of the solo RPG that I have watched tends toward fairly easy going. Even let's see. So I watched the one dude do Forbidden Lands, and Forbidden Lands is a light game ultimately in my mind. It's still fairly light. There's a lot to it, but it's light, if that makes any sense. Brian of Brian's channel, like he's playing AD&D. Okay, you're playing AD&D. There's not ultimately that much to it. All right, Scott, I'll talk to you later, man. Yeah, I'm almost done. I think I'm nearly done. So there's not a ton to it, if that makes any sense. He gets into the minutia of the Gygaxian tables in the DMG and sort of rolls with that. And that's interesting in its own weird way. But most of those aren't meaningful rules, if that makes any sense. Like, it's like, oh, the NPC I met is greedy and concerned, but that doesn't really play out much in terms of the game. So I've watched quite a bit of solo RPG, and I don't see a lot of deep rules going on, or at least on the videos. So we're gonna try to do that. we're gonna try as best as we can to add rules to Traveler until it collapses under its own weight. I mean, until it is super exciting for all of you to watch. And we'll see how that goes. But having said that, where are we at? I think we are rules roll. I love heavier games. I do, Christian. I do. Hey, you're still here. Welcome, by the way. I'm glad to see you. No, I love. So that's the thing. I love rules heavy games. I love rulesy games. And I hate some of the streamlining, like Traveler did, Mongoose did. I almost wish they would have gone the other way and said, well, we're going to take the vector system and make it better, instead of saying, screw it, we'll make it lighter. I love a good rule system that feels right. Obviously, you can screw that up. I do think there are games that are like, well, that's just complex and sucks to like. For instance, for instance, I like so Fantasy Games Unlimited. I don't know how old any of you are, but I have my gaming growing up was the 70s and 80s. Done. I love the idea of Aftermath, but probably wouldn't play it again. Space Opera is a terrible game. It's just overly complicated and poorly written for the sake of being that. So, I mean, I also have a limit. like there's a point where I go, I'm good. I would just play Hero System or whatever. But I love a good heavy rule system. A good sort of tight heavy rule system where there are ramifications for the gun you picked or the ship you picked or where the characters are on the ship, or right, all that very much makes me happy and plays into the fiction a little bit. And a lot of folks are like, well, I don't care, we're going to abstract that and then make the fiction happen with narrative rules. And I'm like, that's fine too. I understand that, because frankly a lot of people aren't great at systems, right? A lot of people aren't like, well, I should have been a tax accountant in another life, which is what I always felt. but who wants to say that about themselves aside from me? So I do get that. I do get that some people are like, that's not my gig, right? I just want the rules to be super streamlined, and then the fiction we vector by hand. Yes, we vector by, that's on a mug somewhere. We're putting that on a damn mug. We vector by hand, god damn it. But yeah, like, I love that stuff. I think making your sci-fi fussy a little bit makes for better sci-fi, because then you go, well, hold on, I can't do this thing. I can't do this thing that I want to do, or that doesn't make sense, because they will detect me and chase me down. Whereas if I do this other thing, I'm okay. And I love that. I love that the rules create the situation sometimes. So I'm all good. I actually enjoyed that. I thought that worked out pretty well. I know it's fussy, and so I do apologize for that. I know it's fussy. It is fussier than Runebearer. It is. So it's as fussier than Runebearer's combat. I've actually, there you go, done. I did it. I made a system fussier than Runebearer's combat. Here it is. Bam. Done. By comparison, Runebearer's trivial. So I think I like it. But I think we're sticking with it. I don't think we're not doing it. We're not doing it. I think we're doing it. I think this is going to be the system. But here's the thing, and again, this is the funny thing. I don't know that the Badger ever actually gets into combat. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think they run from most fights. And I think that's prudent. I think that actually makes sense. I don't think you take that fight typically. You certainly don't take an even fight. I don't think that's good odds. I think the Badger, if it's facing something that's like thrust 2 or thrust 3, it just runs. And it mostly makes that happen because it's thrust 4. Unless you start on top of the enemy, you're able to run away. And I think that's sort of the basic mindset. Now that might change. That changes if their mission changes. Badger was made to run, and I think you're absolutely correct. I think that changes if the mission changes. If the mission... So, my thoughts on... So, the first thing first, they need to get out of dodge. That's actually the danger. It's not, oh yeah, like they need to get off planet. If they... that might fail. And if they fail at getting off planet, I need to rethink the campaign. But if they get off planet, then I believe they jump from Vesper to Emerson, and Emerson to Callus, or 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to either Hisben or Ewan. They go to one of these three places. Or you could go to Light. So these four planets all offer some political entity which would not necessarily turn you over to the Vesporan Revolution. Remember that one of our characters, I don't remember who, Thomas. Thomas is a native of Three Sisters. Now, his family has disgraced him, or he is disgraced, what, right? And so, what is his standing there? I don't know, actually. So he would go to, I mean, you could go to one of these, and he has some standing there, and I don't know what that is. Callus is independent. Light is currently battling with three factions on the main planet. So you could land there. So we do have some options, but the first option is you've got to go here, I believe, to Emerson. And you've got to escape Emerson. So that's sort of the gig. That'll be the first gig. And fighting is not part of that unless it is absolutely forced on you. So I am so that part, I'm sort of excited. I hope Thomas wasn't a pervert. No. No. He is not on the Epstein file. Hey, what's up? How are you, Terry? Good to see you. I am drinking a little bit and talking about Traveler right now. But yeah, so I think the party tries to escape to a new political entity, and that's going to be Three Sisters or Callus or maybe Light. And Light, the only reason is because they are currently undergoing their own war on planet. But I would argue that is actually probably the worst of the options. Good to see any Traveler content on YouTube. I mean, here's the thing. I'm sort of a jerk when it comes to Mongoose 2E. I think it's okay. I don't love it. I think it's decent, but I don't love it. But having said that, it's not a bad game. It's just there's a bunch of books. They're not super well put together. They're not super well indexed, or it's a little clunky. Mongoose did a C+ job. I sort of wish. I don't wish anything. We're going to do what we do. We're going to play fucking Traveler. We're going to change it where we want to. We're going to add a bunch of detail where we need to. And you know what? And I think that's the spirit of. No, it's, yeah, right. There you go. There you go. Terry said it. I don't love it because it's the greatest system of all time. I love it because it holds a place in my heart when I was young. Yep. I agree with that. I get that. All right, now, Meg, go away. You just go sit over there. No. Nope, I'm not saying that. That's not even what I'm saying. It is what I'm saying. Totally is. But anyway, it's fine. Mongoose Traveler is a good C+ version. Traveler holds a joyous place in my heart from when I was young. My uncle, who is, I don't know, I don't know how much older than me he was, but my dad's younger brother, my Uncle Danny, loves fucking Traveler. And I love Traveler for that reason. He loves frickin' Traveler, and I love it for that reason. And we're both old men now, and he still, right? And he still digs Traveler. And I get it. I get it. And it holds a special place in my heart for that very reason. Did Mongoose do a good job with it? They did a fine job. Good for them. And I only want success for Mongoose Second Edition Traveler. Am I going to tweak it? Hell yeah. Oh, God, yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm going to tweak it. I would tweak any game. I literally tweak. It is impossible for me not to. It is a pathology, a nutmeg, so you can make fun of me all you want because it is bad. I wouldn't play 5e again without tweaking it. I would either home roll it or I would play a 5e. What is it? It is. I would play 5e, but have you ever heard of what is it? E6. No one plays 5e without tweaking it. There you go. I would play. So there was an idea when D&D 3rd edition existed called E6. And E6 was you can play 3rd edition up to level 6, and then afterward no one levels up again. That's it. That's what you do. And then everything else is feats. And I love that idea because that idea takes every character about where it's cool and then gets rid of all the stupid stuff that happens when you give people 4th level spells. No game escapes your big, beautiful edition. My big, beautiful bill. Yes, absolutely. No game escapes. No game escape. Anyway, what a great idea, right? You take 3rd edition or 5th edition, and you say we're going to stop here, and everything else is a feat. We're gonna list some feats, and you can take a feat, but you're not going to get the next level spells. You're not going to get the things that imbalance the game. Absolutely. So yeah, you're right. You're right. And I hate it a little bit about myself, by the way. I joke about it, but I also go, boy, I wish I could just not do this and just play a game and be done. But I can't, and I won't. And I hope that's why you're here. Because if you're not here because of that, you're in the wrong place. So there you go. So my suggestion is, what time is it? It is after. Well, I changed Magic Realm. I'm an asshole. I hate. Oh God, I'm self-loathing. I took Magic Realm and I changed it, and that guy's a genius, and that game is near perfect, but I still changed it because I don't like the victory conditions. Ridiculous. I have a sickness. I need to go to therapy. In any case, so it is it's 1:18. I have drank way too much Burr Rye. I'm out of Burr Rye, God damn it. Which I think that's probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. I love the Magic Realm. I do. And I do think that you can get to the perfect state. And what I operate on, I'll tell you what I operate on, Nutmeg. I operate on the hope that. Good night, Scott. I'll see you tomorrow, I think. Here's what I operate. I operate on the hope that I understand that my gaming preferences are not everyone's gaming preferences. and I understand that my gaming preferences are two hungover dudes. Yes, yes. I understand that my gaming preferences are not ubiquitous. They're not everyone. They're not. I get it. I totally understand. When I make the tweaks and I make the changes, when I make a rule set, when I make a variant, I am playing to my preferences and the preferences of people that I know. And what I'm hoping is that that does hit someone the correct way. And I'm hoping it hits you the correct way, or Terry the correct way, or whomever is watching the correct way. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it is necessarily correct or better even, but I do hope that there are some people, I think there are some people that go, yeah, that's my gig. I like that variant because that is clunky in the correct way done. And there you go. You built it. Yes, I did. And yes, he did. What's up, bro? You know what? I gotta stay on a little bit. How are you, Brian? Nice to see you. I have not seen you on channel. It is nice to see you. I do stalk you, by the way. I just want you to know that. I want you to know that I stalk your channel. In a weird way. It's I do stalk, but I do stalk it. But yes, we should we can chat for another 20 minutes, half an hour. I'm not going to be any less or more hungover tomorrow than I am now, as Nutmeg will attest to. How is it going, and what are you currently working on? How's that? Unless you've already left, in which case, well, that's fine. I'm just talking to myself. Here's what it took, and please do not take this the wrong way. I love watching your videos. I would hate having you as a GM. I would fricking shoot myself. Having said that, I love watching your videos. I don't know what it is about them. I love them. I love them. We should get together sometime and chat. I think that would be a fun chat. I would not play in a game that you were running, but I would watch that game. It's weird. It's super weird. Love it. Super weird. And if you say the same, I'd be down with that. But yes, love them. Love them. But I did vote for Aftermath, and I'm sort of sad that it didn't win. I just want you to know that. NA versus Euro GMing. No, I mean, sure. I am definitely, look, Nutmeg, I am definitely Ameritrash GMing. I'm definitely Ameritrash. Definitely get to it. Let's do this thing. Bam. Get in there. Smack some dudes. Yeah, like I definitely, and Brian has a more sedate, quiet, I even say methodical. I don't know if that's the word, but let's use it. Methodical style. And look, the fact, it is what it is. You're very successful. And it's not uninteresting. It is interesting. Let's keep that in mind. It is fun to watch. It's fun to watch on YouTube. Personally, I don't think I would play that in real life. Like if you were GMing that in real life, I'd be like, I think I'm good. But watching it on YouTube is different somehow. And I think it's interesting in its own way. I would say I would say this. I would say I would like for some of that idiosyncratic methodology to ultimately be impactful and, right, as much as possible. And that just depends, I think, on like the AD&D. Some of the times you go, this guy is greedy and he is coercive, and you go, yeah, I don't, yeah, sure, but that's only a number that ultimately gets generated. It'd be more fun if that was more impactful somehow. But that's it's all good. I do enjoy the videos. Can't help it. Can't help it. I don't know what Aftermath's going to be like. Good luck with that, sir. I can't, we should talk about Aftermath. That's a fun one. I love Aftermath, by the way. I would not play it again, but I love it. I would love it. I do love it. I'm very excited. I'll be honest. I'm excited about that. My BXD&D is going to be paced at a higher tempo. I think that'll be fun. For a couple reasons. One is, again, I feel simply that, I am higher tempo. Like, I don't want, again, I don't want to spend 20 episodes and go, well, now we've got to the action. And frankly, and the funny part is, I'm not super, I don't consider myself to be a ADHD GM. Like, I'm not action craving or whatever. I am meticulous in a different way, I think. But when you did the BX, or when you picked BX, I was disappointed because Aftermath. But when you picked BX, I was like, oh, this will be fun, because you said, oh, I'm going to do this at a higher tempo and right and sort of loose, a little bit looser. And I'm like, well, that'll be fun to see what you think or what your take on that is. I am very interested to see. I admit that entirely. So hopefully, I hope it goes well. I hope it's very well received. And by the way, I am jealous of you. So keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind. But yes, I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that BX plays out and what that means to you. Like, what that pace at a higher tempo means to you. I've watched a ton of solo RPGs, and to me, what is fascinating is it's almost almost a look into what people value in a weird way. I think a little bit. Did Brian inspire me to play Traveler solo? There's two things that inspired me to play Traveler solo. One is, I was thinking about it before. I will say that. I was thinking about what else can I do solo? I have a lot of games on my shelf that I don't play. And I spent a lot of money on Traveler, and I have a ton of books. So that was one thing. And the other thing was, I was like, okay, well, Brian, that's interesting that Brian's going to do that. Maybe that's a way to go. But yes, but yeah, no, absolutely. I did. I'll tell you what he did inspire me to do, Brian. Brian, you did. I'm going to look for a MERP copy and buy one, because I do not have one at this point in time. And it sort of bums me out because I love MERP. And I love Rollmaster. I don't own a copy right now either, because those all went away very early in my teenage gaming years, but getting a MERP copy would be awesome. And I saw that you bought one. I was like, oh, I need to buy one. I need to buy one. So yeah, a little bit. I will say that. I found the preparation stage of a campaign been a lot of fun and part of the solo. Absolutely. No, I agree with you there. I think it's a lot of work for me. I'm saying a lot, I think. It's a lot of work for me. I will totally admit. The Runebearer game especially, and I think part of the problem, part of the joy, all of that at one time, is the fact that I don't play that much. I don't play. I do not play most games. I GM almost all the time. 90% of the time, pick a number. And so when I solo game, I do not come at it from, oh, I want to play this. And I think a lot of solo gamers come at it from I want to play this game. And so they play it like players with a GM being emulated. And I sort of go the opposite way, where I almost play it as a GM and the players are emulated, if that makes any sense. And that's okay, because I think I'm with the Runebearer game, it's more to explore the rules and more to explore the setting than it is to be surprised by the fake GM, right? Or the Oracle or whatever. In Traveler, it's 50-50 a little bit. The rules are the rules. Some of it is to solidify what changes I would make if I ran a tabletop game. And then some of it is to revisit the setting that I sort of made up and we never quite got to play in any depth, and sort of try to get there. Solo gaming's write a book while stating my need to roll dice and do math. Yes, a little bit, Terry. So there's a little bit of that. But yeah, I do enjoy the preparation quite a bit. There are times, though, I will say that in my case, the preparation gets in the way. So right now, the Runebearer game has stalled. The fantasy game stalled. Because I'm like, well, how do I do a dungeon mechanic that blah, blah, blah makes sense and is random and so on and so forth? I'm like, maybe you should just get on that and play it. Maybe you should just do it. Because sort of staring, navel gazing at how you're going to do the dungeon doesn't do any good. It doesn't matter. And that's sort of where I'm at there. And I'm like, ugh, God, right? I don't want to do it an injustice. I want to do it justice. And again, I have watched a lot of folks play solo dungeon crawls, and they pull whatever, the cards or the geomorphs or whatever. And I'm like, that's great. Oh God, I don't think, the problem with Runebearer is that it doesn't support extended dungeon forays correctly, like as well. People get hurt, right? Oh, you get stabbed in the belly. Now you're screwed. You need to leave the dungeon and go to a medic. That doesn't quite fit with the basic D&D, first edition D&D. We go until our hit points run down, or our clerics are out of spells, or our mage doesn't have sleep. And then we turn around and go back. You don't have that option as much. You can do extended dungeon forays, just take a goddamn medic. Well, that's just it, right? I mean, you have Martin. Martin has alchemy. He has a little bit. He has medic. He has a little bit of that. He has physician. He has a lot of the skills. It's just succeeding at those skills. Which, by the way, I think he's failed. He's failed at medic almost every time he's rolled it. So that's the issue. And parties can be very resilient, but it takes one bad wound to just screw them up pretty hardcore. And Martin has not done a good job of succeeding at medic when it came to, hey, bandage his shit. No. By the way, that's our tabletop game, Terry. Our tabletop game is a Gold Rush town, effectively. That is, right? It's just there growing because of the new resources over there. It is the Gold Rush town. This campaign that I'm playing solo on Cam is not that. It is different. I don't know if you've watched it at all, but I have enjoyed the weird segue into the weird transition to this weird vineyard feud. Like, I did not plan that. That had nothing to do with what I was intending. And that's the fun of the solo RPG for me, is that, wow, all of a sudden there's this other thing. And I didn't expect that. Like, I didn't expect to be dealing with Lord Voight on behalf of Lady Laurel for the future of the winemaking in Salem. Like, I did not expect that. And then he gets himself stabbed. I did not expect that either. That's the joy. That I will say that solo role-playing has that. There's a little more randomness than I would typically use in the tabletop. I do use a lot of randomness in tabletop. But the solo game, you find yourself going, well, I don't know what happens. And then you go, well, I'm going to need D12, roll it. But, oh, God, what was that? And that is sort of the joy of that. So I have been surprised a couple times. And, and so there you go. So it's a worthwhile endeavor, at least. Having been at least surprised by it. So I will say that's, but I don't love a lot of the games that I do watch where they seem to be, well, I have nothing planned and I'm going to roll the Oracle, and the Oracle throws some word salad together. It's like Stevie Nicks on ketamine, and I'm going to make that into a story. And I don't love that. I love sort of having a vague direction and then allowing some variation on that direction. I do love, and you can still be surprised there, but a little bit of GMing, I think, goes a long way to making it feel right for me, because a lot of those games feel very random. And I don't want it to feel random. I want it to feel randomized. So I don't know if that makes sense. I could be totally, I might have to delete this video afterward because I might not be making sense at all. But having said that, Brian, I am very much looking forward to your BX campaign, because you're like, whatevs. Terry's like, yeah, whatever. I will say, having watched your AD&D for 80 some episodes, I will say that I think my only sadness is there wasn't a little more of that actiony, dungeony bit. There was a lot of NPC sort of rolling their predilections and their characteristics, but I am very much excited to see what the BX campaign looks like, because I think I believe it will be more snappy. I'm not saying I don't enjoy the AD&D, I've watched 86 episodes of the frickin' AD&D, so I must have enjoyed it, or at least hated myself enough to watch it. One or the other, you make the call. You can take that however you want. But I enjoyed it, but I'm really interested to see sort of how the BX goes and how you take that and make that sort of a more dynamic universe. And then does it roll back into some of your other games, I suppose? Like, do you find a happy medium in those? I also want to know, and here's another thing I'm interested to see, because again, you mentioned this, because again, I stalk your shit. You mentioned this, wanting more tactical bits in your games. And I'm interested to see what form that takes, because the games you're playing, frankly, aren't super tactical. Even AD&D might speed up. Are you sure? Are you? You're lying to me, aren't you? I love it. I love it. Because the games you're playing, because BX is not that tactical, frankly. It is very much not a tactical game. It is a I don't know what you want to call it. It is a because first editions of D&D, that includes BX, that includes AD&D, that includes Holmes D&D, Blue Book D&D, as I called it. Were not tactical games. They did not exist on the tactical level. They existed on the logistics level, the operational level. AD&D, BX, and basic. Let's just say basic. Let's not say BX, because there's a lot of basics. AD&D and basic D&D do not really work on the tactical level. They don't exist on the tactical level. You can make it work on the tactical level if you add rules, or if you really read into Gygax's shit and then start doing things that the rules really don't support because they're not really that well written. But what they exist in the operational level. The dungeon is the theater of combat, as it were. And so the party goes in deeper and deeper, burning their resources, and burning their resources. And the tactical decision in D&D, or the operational decision, is, when do we turn back? And this goes for basic and AD&D. When do we turn back? When do we... that's why wandering monsters exist in my mind. It's, we turn back, we're going to have to face 3 wandering monsters. If we turn back now, we have to face 4. Oh my God, we went deeper. We have to face 6. And we might have fallen into a pit trap. And now we're on the second level, and now we're screwed, because now we can't get back. And that's sort of the central tension of AD&D is, when do we turn back? And I'm fairly confident saying that, because that was the game of the day. Like, if you played AD&D, basic D&D, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, Might and Magic 1, like, all those games had that same central tension of, your mage is out of spells, your cleric has 1 Cure Light Wounds left, you have 1 heal potion. Are you going to go to the next room, or are you going to turn around now? If you turn around, you have 4 encounters to face, potentially 4 rolls. What are you going to do? That's the central tension of AD&D. Later versions of D&D, 3rd edition, 5th edition, are all the theater of combat is the encounter. Oh, you're a badass with reach 2 and these feet, and you can trip guys. Like, that's a different version of D&D. But early versions very much operated on the I call it the operational level, which is, your foray into the dungeon was the unit of danger. So, having said that, that's not an indictment of anyone, or you, or it, or me, or whatever. That's what I'm finding interesting is, what are you going to do in BX to make tactics a thing? I suppose that's sort of my question. And now you asked, I did take on board your highlighting of tactical combat and plan to work it into all games. Question is how? Well, there you go. That's my central question to you, actually. So again, notice I'm not playing basic D&D. I'm playing Runebearer. Runebearer is a game made specifically for hex-based tactical fights where positioning and facing are key. D&D is not that game, so that's something that you have to think about, I think, a little bit, how you want to make that roll. You know, and not roll D20, but roll, you know, that's slang, right? Roll. How are you doing that effectively? That's sort of my interest in that. Will you map fights? No, is that too much? I don't know, right? I've thought of that a couple of different ways. I thought of, well, that'd be interesting to do BX, but just go, yeah, you have movement, and you have fights, you have flanking, like you have a facing, like just put BX on a square or a hex map, and you have to actually do the fights. And I don't know if people would enjoy that or not. I don't know. The other thing I was thinking of, because I've thought of a basic D&D campaign for my tabletop game, because I have the Roll Cyclopedia. By the way, oh God, best book in the universe. I love this book. Of all the versions of D&D, I love this version the best. The Rule Cyclopedia, all of that crazy D&D magic in one freaking giant book with all kinds of stupid shit. I love it. Now, I don't think I'll ever play it, but I love it. But I do love it. And I was thinking of a game with this book as the base. Just literally just a tabletop game. This game is the base. But then what do? Do you map combats? Do you give sort of mini feats? Right? So do you go, okay, you've leveled up. You know what I'm going to give you? I'm going to give you, based on your adventures, I'm going to give all of you an option of a feat. It's not a big feat. It might be a +1 movement, so you move 7 instead of 6. Or it might be a plus to damage if the guy's larger than you. Or it might be, right, some kind of weird mini build sort of aspect. Map out the combats. Don't know. I'm interested. I might draw on my wargame experience and have a matrix of options with interactions that have effects. Maybe. Maybe. I don't give a narrative of tactics more exciting. I don't know. For me, and this is for me, so I'm not imposing this. I'm more just putting it out there for my own. For me, what tactics means is that positioning matters, that getting ganged up on matters, that being flanked matters, right? Give the reason for the fighters to make a shield wall in front of the mage. Give a reason for the thief to try to get the flanking attack. Give a reason for right? I mean, there should be a time when a charge is a good idea and a time when a charge is a bad idea. That kind of stuff. And I think that's sort of where we have to get, where you get to. It's harder in basic, in BX, or in, I don't even know what this is, what version this is, the Uber version. I don't, right? Because they really don't have those rules. And those would be entirely made up. The other thing I thought of doing, but I don't know that I would do, but because it sounds actually even harder than just mapping out the combats, would be doing something Wizardry style. If you've ever played Wizardry 8, and it's a blobber, right? You have a party of up to 8 people, but you're in the middle, and the monsters come at you from this arc or this arc, and so on. Is to almost have a blobber sort of thing, and then abstract all the shit. Or if you ever played Up Front, I don't know if you have. I bought it and played it a couple times on stream, but it is a tactical card game, and it abstracts movement and all that. So maybe that's a thing where you go, okay, well, the fighters have made the line, but the monsters are going to try to break the line. And what does that mean? Or the thief is going to flank, and that's all abstracted. You don't move them on a map, you move them on sort of an abstract map, but then they have to make whatever rolls or whatever. But that sounds hard to me. But I don't know. So, having said that, I am fascinated to see sort of where you end up with all that. So I am excited about the BX campaign quite a bit. Quite a bit. I voted for Aftermath. By the way, voted for Aftermath, sir. And I told you why. I told you that I was being a dick. I voted for Aftermath because I bet on an over-under on how long it would take you to get out in an adventure in Aftermath. Like, I was like, oh god, yeah, just stowing your gear would take you like 5 episodes. And so I took the over, by the way. Just keep that in mind. BX, I think, is a little more streamlined. I think you'll get to the action much faster. And again, very excited about your statement, your commitment to do more actiony stuff and get to it, make it snappy. I'm in. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes. Aftermath, your style and stare. Oh, I know. I have a soft spot for Aftermath. I love the gun rolls. I'm not a gun guy even. But I love the fussiness of how all of that works. The guns play into the initiative, play into the phased system. Like, it's all a thing. And I do appreciate that. And that sort of hits in this weird place for me in that 80s heavy simulationist style, which I miss. I miss as a human being. I miss that gaming style as being the style, right? It was the age of GURPS and Hero and Aftermath and Chivalry and Sorcery, which I think was in the 70s, but you know, like all those games, 2 videos to search. Yes, 2 videos to search room and open the can of beans. Okay, I'm in. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to watch. I would not play it on tabletop, but I would watch it on YouTube. But it does hit that weird 80s vibe that I really, really love. Like, I love that hardcore. To me, Hero is the weird pinnacle of 80s gaming. It is the true physics simulation of comic book world in a tabletop role-playing game. And I do miss that because we don't have that anymore. Like, there's not a good one of those games. And I'm interested. I will say this also. Here's my second one, and I wish this would come up quicker. I would love to see what you do with Space Opera, because here's the thing. I own Space Opera. I own Aftermath. I own Aftermath. I own Space Opera. I own Bushido. I do not own CNS. But that's one of the only FGU games I do not own. I love Fantasy Games Unlimited games in theory. I think Space Opera is unplayable. But rules as written. So I'm interested what your interpretation of the rules are in space opera, because I think they are, of their rule sets, I think that's the worst written. And I was actually disappointed with space opera when I bought it. As opposed to Aftermath, as opposed to Bushido, as opposed to all the other games from FGU, which I might admit, I go, well, I might not play that again, but I was not disappointed at the time, and I did play it at the time. I was very disappointed with space opera, and the fact that you seem to hold it in a high esteem interests me in the sense I would love to see what you, like how you're interpreting these rules that I've also read and going, I love this game. I'm like, I don't love this game. Like, now it could be very simple. It could be that by the time I found space opera, I was playing other games. And I was playing, so my first space game, well, was Traveler, done. So let's keep that in mind. When I was in third grade, I played Traveler. My space game as a high schooler, or as a junior high schooler, was Espionage by Hero Games with some tacked on bogus spaceship rules. So I showed my true colors even back then, where I was going to tweak fucking rules. I played all the gun stuff, all the man-to-man stuff was in Espionage, which was, by the way, is a great game and has one of the best modules, I feel, of all time, Merchants of Terror. And we played that and just tacked the spaceship rules on top of it and tacked the extra skills on top of it. And that was my space game. When I found space opera several years later, I was like, this is clunky. And I could just play this other thing. So maybe that's it. Maybe you got to space opera before other games and I got to it sort of after other games, I think. Maybe that's the difference. But I find it miserable. So I'm interested. I want to, and by the way, I can't find anyone playing space opera on YouTube. You're going to be it. So I'm interested to see that. No, I'm planning to play space opera more heroic than Traveler and zoom in on the tactical complex rule mechanics. I'm very interested in it because, again, I bounced off of that game very hard. And again, I've played Aftermath. I've run Aftermath. I like Aftermath. And I've played Bushido, and I like Bushido. Like, FGU games do not bother me. I probably would not pick them up in 2025 and play them because I have other, like, if you said to me, oh, run Aftermath, I'd be like, well, time out. If you're Brian, you're like, hey, let's do Aftermath, I'd be like, you know what, I can make you a game in a week that's going to be fine and is almost as complex than Aftermath. I can do it. I can make this game. We can do a game that's as tactically sound as Aftermath. I don't need to go through that hassle, and I would do that. So I don't know that I'd play them today, but of FGU's games, Space Opera is one I bounced off of at the time. Aftermath I played, Bushido I played, and all that, and that's the one I said, I don't like this. Like I don't think it's any good. So I'm sort of interested to see how you take those rules, because I've read them and they're clunky. Like those rules, I'll be honest, those rules, and I apologize in advance to Mark Miller, who's not watching this anyway. We're 5.5 hours into a drunken stream. How about this? We're long enough that I'm getting sober on this stream. So let's keep that in mind. I felt the same with Space Opera as I did. I went into my game store, my local game store. They had 5th edition Traveler for me. They were going to sell it to me, 5th edition Traveler. And I sat down and I paged through 5th edition Traveler at the game store and I said, I don't want this. Like, this is a bad game. this makes no sense. And I felt space opera sort of the same way, but that was like 20 years before that. I felt it was a poorly written rule book that doesn't make any sense, and you can sort of put a character together, sort of, right, but not quite. And it just, that is definitely one where if you said to me, let's play Rollmaster or MERP, I would say 100% let's play Rollmaster or MERP. If you said let's play space opera, I'd be like, nah, I'm good. I can literally play Star Hero. And yes, I should go to bed. It is well under 2 o'clock here. So, but having said that, we should find a time to chat. I would find that very gratifying, to find a time to sit down and chat. Doesn't have to be on camera, by the way. It could just literally be on a Discord or whatever. I think that would be very fun. To hear sort of your take on a lot of these games as well. But I think you're right. You just woke up. I'm at 2 a.m, having drank a little bit. But so I'm going to sign off. Thank you, Brian, for hanging out. Terry, thank you for coming in. Nutmeg, always good to see you. Scott, thanks for coming in and griping at me. I don't know. Christian, good to see you. And Dustin, always good to see you. Guys, very nice to see you. No, you're the YouTube sensation, sir. I am a pale imitation. You're the sensation. I'm the pale imitation. It rhymes. I think that's goes perfectly. But I tell you what, let's schedule a time to talk. There has to be I guarantee you there's a time. These games are terrible. Let me tell you about. Shut up, Nutmeg. You be quiet. You be quiet. But we should be able to schedule a time. It's only we are GMT, right? I'm GMT minus 5. There has to be a time we're both awake and up. Let's schedule a time to chat on a Discord. We've got to be able to have a talk. So let's do that. And I look forward to talking to you. Nutmeg, thank you for hanging out, by the way. And I will talk to you all later. Thank you. This was Traveler. We were testing space combat with vector movement and slightly different critical hits. I thought it went okay. Tell me how you think it went, and I will talk to you guys later. Thanks a lot. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. I'll get you on Discord. We can figure that out. Download it and get your headphones to work, and I will get you on Discord. Good night, everyone.